Look here. Look, listen.
Catch me outside, how about that?
I called for help twice, and
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. It's me, your shaggy-haired hostess to the mostest, Luke Stevens. How you doing? How you doing? Hi, everybody. Welcome, welcome. Glad to have you. Hopefully, you're feeling good. Your juices of life are flowing like a river into the sweet bosom of life. That's my hope, at least. Let me get YouTube chat on here real quick. There we go. There we go. Glad to have everybody. Maybe. Did it not work again? Every like fifth time it doesn't work. For some reason. I have to do here. Maybe I do this. Okay, how about this? Let's try that. Let's try that. Get you guys there so everybody can see. Nope. Okay. I don't know. I don't know what the deal is. Refresh cache. I don't. It's like every fifth time it works. Darn it. This is riveting content, isn't it? Okay, I don't. Oh, there we go. Okay. Oh, that's weird. Okay. My juices of life are messy. Only as messy as you let them be. The real key to life is learning how to use your life juices, basically to create a slip and slide to success. Once you figure that out, smooth sailing. Smooth sliding, dare I say. How's everybody doing? How's everybody doing? That was gross, so I'm just gonna move on. We're just gonna pretend like I didn't say that. Okay, let's see. It's okay. I make myself laugh. Okay, let's pretend like we're professionals here. Okay. Let me go to chat. Okay. Oh yes, James McCaffrey, famous voice actor from Max Payne, did pass away. That was very, very tragic. I think we're at an age, like we're all reaching an age where a lot of these actors and performers and athletes and stuff we've known since we were young are now getting to that age where this type of thing starts to happen, and so it's kind of crazy to see things sort of shifting to a new generation. It's kind of sad, if I'm being honest, but rest in peace, for real. Dude, waiting for Skull and Bones to not be Predator and be used to recoup losses will make me nothing but Skull and Bones. Every stream I try to get Jacob to say hi to me, and he snubs me harder than Hogwarts at the Game Awards. Oh, Jacob, say hi to Odin. Odin Arrow 28. Say hi to Odin. he needs some loving. He needs some loving. Rock.
Now a red flag. Yeah, I remember a couple months ago someone famous died like once a day for a week.
Yeah, wasn't there also a period? Well, I guess like Michael Jackson and like a female singer, and then Billy Mays all passed away within like a few days of each other back in 2009. I remember that being a big thing. Everybody was like, oh my God, what is going on? I remember that being a thing. But yeah, it's Yeah, it's just it's wild. I mean, it's probably recency bias more than anything because people die every day. But it's yeah, when they're very notable people that you recognize, it's much more like impactful because it's not just a name. You're like, oh, I know that person. I know what they're from or what they do. Oh, let me cut this out real quick. There we go. There we go. Okay. Rockoi resubbed with Prime. Thank you, my friend. MJ passed away on your prom night. Your prom was in like the middle of June, really? So wasn't he like June 25th or something? It was like a week after my birthday. Because I think we were doing my birthday party like a week after my birthday. Because all my friends could only do it then. So we were doing it like a week after. And then like either the day before or the day after the party is when he died. And I had like never really heard Michael Jackson stuff. I was in a very sheltered home. But they like everybody was watching the Thriller music video and going through it. And you know, so it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. Let's see. Ooh, baby, you guys are popping off already. Thank you so much, guys. Let's see. Rango, thank you for the 2016, the year of celebrity deaths. Yeah, 2016 was a big one. I think everybody was just so stressed because 2016 was such a dumpster fire of a year that everybody was just like, I'm good. I'm out. Just bailed. Can't blame them. Let's see. James Norman, thank you for the 5. So everyone at Rocksteady is on drugs, it seems. Not a single person walked in the writer's room and said, hey guys, are we sure? Rip Kevin Conroy. I've not seen the spoiler. Here's the thing. I'm down to look at the spoilers because it's going to be spoiled for me regardless. It's going to happen. So I'm down to talk about it. We'll do like a big spoiler alert, but I don't know. Let me do a poll.
Through Super Chat.
Let me do a poll.
So everyone at Rocksteady is on drugs, it seems. Not a single person walked in the writer's room and went, hey guys, are we sure? Rip Kevin Conroy.
Everyone's on drugs. Everybody. Should we discuss Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League leaks? Yes, with spoiler alerts. No, ignore them. Okay, we'll create this poll. I'm going to post this in chat. If you guys can vote, this will determine if we talk about it or not. Obviously, it goes without saying, but obviously, if anybody puts the leaks in chat, they're going to be timed out for 24 hours. If they have a previous history, we might just ban you. Just because it doesn't take a genius to figure out that you probably shouldn't be leaking that stuff. But if we talk about it on stream, then it's fair game, of course. Then we open up the floodgates. But I want to know if you guys think that it's worth discussing. Let's see. Let me finish catching up on these real quick. Lud, thank you. Become a new member. Welcome to the Red Flags. Nate O'Neill. Hey Luke, hope you're having a good day. Did you know modders for Skyrim are removing the load screens? I did not know that. That's super cool though. That's super cool. I'd like to know how they're doing it, if they're doing something to like cover up load screens or if they're just finding ways to make it all seamless. Because the way it was described to me by a modder who works on Bethesda games is that it's like each area when you load is in a different scene. So it's almost like pulling up a separate tab in Excel. If you think of it that way, like it's changing scenes completely. So you could put all the stuff on the same Excel spreadsheet page, all in the same tab, but that's a lot more work than just smoothing out the switch between tabs, you know? That's my understanding. But if they're able to do it, that would be amazing. Have you been following the Total War Warhammer 3 drama about price and content? I saw that they dropped the price of Pharaoh. I didn't see them do anything with Warhammer 3, but yeah, pretty much all of their stuff is just extremely aggressively priced. We'll just say that. Are you concerned about GTA 6 being woke garbage? Are you? Or people are concerned about GTA 6 being woke garbage. Are you? I see no evidence that it's gonna be woke garbage. For one, I don't even really know what that means. If that means like the Tim Pool thing where he was like, I don't want to play GTA 6 because there's going to be a woman playable character. Like, what are you talking? You're talking about, he's like, it's unrealistic because women can't beat up men. I'm like, for one, that's not true. Like, have you met Amanda Nunes? Have you watched any of her fights? She kicked my ass, I'll tell you what. But like, so one, that's kind of silly. And then two, like you're talking about a video game. And three, a video game in which you can pull RPGs out of your actual ass crack and then storm into an airport and steal a Boeing 747 like it's nothing and then just take off and fly away. Like, we're not really talking about realism here. So it's sort of like a little bait and switch to swap between the two. Be like, oh, it's all about realism. That's why I don't want to play it. The game was never about realism. So dry up, chill out. But as for like any of this stuff, I've seen nothing about it that would be indicative of them trying to flex anything. If they come out and, you know, they go the Netflix or the Disney route and they just, what was it in the recent South Park episode? It's like, make her a woman and make her gay. If they just do that with all the characters, then yeah, I'm sure that'll be a problem. I have no reason to believe that that's happening with GTA 6 though. Nothing they've shown would suggest that, like nothing at all. So if people are already throwing fits, I think that they're just looking to be upset about something. And guess what? All those people are going to buy the game anyways. All these people playing holier than thou. Oh no, it's too woke. It's going to be woke garbage. They're all still going to buy it. Don't buy into it. They're just going for rage bait clicks. Like, I can't believe I have to explain this, but yeah, it's the whole thing. Luke, the new Avatar game is at 40% discount. Is it flopping? My understanding, of course, I haven't seen any direct numbers, so I don't know firsthand what numbers are looking like internally. But my understanding is that with this, the expectation was that there was going to be a huge influx of week one sales, basically. And then after that, they go on sale and discount, specifically before Christmas, to try and become the stocking stuffer. And it makes sense. Like, if you put something like this a little more hardcore, like Ready or Not or Dwarf Fortress or something more niche like that on a discount, it's probably not making or breaking anything. The whole point of discounting at 40% is to get mom and dad and grandma, grandpa who go into Best Buy looking for Christmas presents for little Jimmy. They just want to go in there and have them see Avatar on sale. Oh, I've seen those movies. Little Jimmy will love that. And they buy it and put it in the stocking as a stocking stuffer. Like, that's the whole point, is to remove that barrier of, well, it's a full price game. That probably doesn't work as a quick last minute gift. But if it's 40% off, yeah, no, sure. Grab it, toss it in the cart. So I don't think it's indicative of any flops or anything. If it were not a week before Christmas, if this was like the middle of October, yeah, I'd be like, red flag, that's bad. But right before Christmas, I wouldn't read too much into it, frankly. It might still be a flop, but I'd say it also could just very reasonably be that they are trying to get those last minute Christmas purchases. So I wouldn't, yeah, my grandma did that. So yeah, exactly. It is like an actual thing. When I worked at Best Buy, there were the end caps specifically, and this is what's really funny. I don't know if this was fact, because like our end caps and the layout of the store was established by like corporate and everything. But what I was told by our GM or our sales manager, so our like AGM/SM, if that's the official title, she said that there were certain paths in the store that old people tended to walk the most. So she said, and again, I don't know if this is true, but she said old people would walk to the left through appliances first, more than they would walk to the right through electronics first. And because of that, they would put those quick little bitty things that like grandparents might buy for Christmas or Black Friday in those end caps, even if they didn't belong in that area of the store. So like it's refrigerators and ovens, and then an end cap with like discounted video games for them to buy for their kids. I don't know for a fact if that's how it works or how they determined it, but that's at least what she said the strategy was. And it did make sense. Like, we did see it, because it's like, this is the oven appliance section. Why are there these like little bitty like toys for little kids there? And why are these like pop sockets there and then discounted video games? Doesn't make any sense, but it's because they found that old people tend to walk there and pick it up quickly. Like it's just crazy. There's so many little bitty things. When I worked at Best Buy, there were even the same cable. One was just the cable wrapped with like a tag on it that hung from a little hanger. And then one was the same exact cable, but just in a cardboard box. They had different UPC numbers and they charged different amounts because they were found in different parts of the store. If you were in the computer section, that cable, exact same cable, one's in a box, one's not. They were like
Wyatt
$5
donated
difference in price,
$5
just based
through
on where you
Super Chat.
grabbed it in the store.
I've been playing Avatar for about 40 hours now, and as much as I'm enjoying it, I have a feeling it's going to be Ubisoft's Starfield.
I mean, I think Avatar, especially as I've put more time into it, it's too big. I think it's probably too big. I do think it's technologically crazy. I mean, again, just go watch those Digital Foundry videos. They're ridiculously impressive, what they're doing there. But as for like what I think of whether it's the Starfield, I think Starfield's problem was once again that it was just overhyped. I think that's really all it was. As a result of that, you know, people had higher expectations, and then when they got the game and played it, they were kind of disappointed. And the thing I said in my review that nobody seemed to believe until they got to the point where I was in the game, like Starfield gets worse in my mind the more you play it. And I said that in my review, and people were like, no, it's the opposite. It gets way better after 50 hours or something. And I think most of the people saying that weren't actually, like, they hadn't actually put 50 hours in. I don't think they had. But they were saying, oh, it gets way, way better after 50 hours. And the main story's amazing. And then you fast forward a month, most people have finished the game, and everybody agrees the main story is just a collection of fetch quests. And then after that, like, there's just repetitive grind content. Like, I think everybody kind of woke up at the same time to be like, wait, this isn't actually what I thought. It really revealed a lot of the crap that went on with bias within some of those reviewers, where I think they all were just so desperate to love the game that they ended up looking really stupid, unfortunately for them. Because as we all know, hype makes you stupid, not because you're a stupid person, but because it puts blinders on and just makes you ignorant to the realities of the situation. Okay, let me pull this up. Okay, let me close that. Let's see. Okay, so our little poll right here. I have to angle this camera differently. It's throwing me off. This is like my face cam, but the new monitor is so big that it has to sit higher up. So I'm like kind of looking up at it. It's just weird. So I might have to mess with the angle a little bit. I feel like I'm taking a test and the teacher's standing over me right now. But we did this little poll a few minutes ago. Most of you guys are saying, yes, discuss the Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League stuff with spoiler warnings. We can do that. We can discuss it. It just is what it is. It is what it is. So I guess let's knock that out first. Right? I think that makes sense. Here's what we'll do, everybody. Here's what we will do. What's the best way to do this? What's the best way to do this? I don't even know. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, I'll be very, very, very quick, okay? Oh, chat. Yeah, that's simple. Text on screen. Real quick. Here, I can do that. Spoiler warning. Suicide Squad. Okay. And then I'll take that. Okay, hold on. I have to get the font correct. We have to unify our font. I'm not a baboon. We have to have it unified. Okay, that's a little too small. Hold on. Please hold. Game Leaksa. Okay. Okay. Let's do this. Let's do this. I like it. I love it. Okay. 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 Spoiler warning. Sorry, Jacob. New segment. Spoiler warning. Okay. We're going to talk real quick about the Suicide Squad game leaks. If you don't want to hear it, just go on mute for a couple minutes. And when this text disappears, I will no longer be talking about it. And it will no longer be allowed to be discussed in chat. Okay. So while this is on screen, I think it's okay if we talk about it. Once this is off screen, I ask that everybody stop talking about it in chat in case new people come in and get a little disappointed. Okay. So spoiler alert. It's like the Game Awards. World premiere. Here we go. Okay. So what happened is that a leak dropped and it came from a Twitter account by the name of Leaker of Cringe. And since it has been disabled by a copyright claim, which almost always is sort of like a red flag that this is probably true. Like if it's not a real leak, I don't think they have grounds to copyright claim it because it's just somebody saying something. But if it is real, they do have they do have a right to copyright claim it. And in this case, like it seems to be probably confirmed. So this seems to be a Last of Us Part 2 situation all over again. Again, spoiler alert. Basically what's revealed, and I don't have much to show you because the thing has been claimed, so I'll just read it off real quick. But what's happened is that Harley Quinn, allegedly, in the game, shoots Batman in the face. And the rest of the squad watches. And specifically what was leaked was like a leaked audio selection that kind of demonstrated that this would happen. What makes this all the more frustrating for fans is that Batman in this game is played by Kevin Conroy. If you don't know Kevin, well, Kevin is he's recently passed away by, I think it was cancer. I don't remember what kind of cancer it was, but he passed away from cancer after a long, hard fight with it. And so people were really hoping that this would be like a really faithful send-off for Kevin Conroy as Batman, because this is the last time that he's ever, this is the last role that he had as Batman. Like, this is it. So people were hoping this would be like an honorable send-off. Apparently it ends with Batman being shot in the face and killed. Now, on the one hand, here's the deal. Okay, here's the thing. I'm going to just be honest with you. I know a lot of people are upset about this. It is a Suicide Squad game in which they are very open that their mission is to kill the Justice League. It's in the title of the game. I mean, it's Suicide Squad, kill the Justice League. It's kind of the whole point. I wouldn't be surprised if they do some time travel BS to like undo everything at the end of the game or some crap like that so that they can set it up for another spin-off game or something. Especially because Warner Brothers recently came out and said that they're not done with the Arkham games. So I wouldn't be surprised if they come up with some way to undo it all, but none of this is really surprising me. Like, I hear this and I'm like, okay, well, whatever. Like, it's really not that big of a deal to me. However, people are allegedly very, very disappointed. But again, it's in the title of the video game. Okay. Like, if they kill Superman somehow, I'm not going to be shocked or super offended. It's called Kill the Justice League. Like, what are we doing? It's just, I understand that people are perhaps frustrated, and it's maybe not the best send off to somebody recently deceased who's playing the role. But when he took the role, he understood what the story was, accepted the role, and he did pass away, but he took on this role willingly and decided to participate. And so, he, I'm sure, was very proud of his performance in this. So I don't think we should be ashamed for him or offended on his behalf. He took the job. Like, he knows knew the full story when he took the job and performed it. So he knew what he was getting into more than we do right now. We have a leak about one thing that they're probably going to retcon and like chicken out of with time reversal crap. So I'm not too worried about this. I understand why people are upset about it. And honestly, at this point, it's just more fodder for people to be used to be upset about Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. people have asked me a lot if I've played the alpha, which happened maybe 2 weeks ago. And here's the thing. If I did play the alpha, I wouldn't be able to talk about it. Nobody's allowed to talk about it if they played the alpha, but people still do. So if I did play it, I wouldn't be able to talk about it. And if I did not play it, I would just tell you that, okay? So having said that, I, of course, have strong opinions on Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. I've made a handful of videos about it. I've talked about it ad nauseum. We've been through all of this. And, you know, I think my stance is the same as it's been for months, which is just that as a Rocksteady fan, this is not the game I wanted. There's still probably an audience for it. There's people that like looter shooters that are going to probably have a great time with it, I'm sure. But this is not the game that I think Rocksteady fans of the Arkham series were hoping they would get. And so more than anything, like, we're just buying our time for when they make the next thing that is more in line with what we know and love from their previous work. I don't think that these leaks are reason enough to dismiss the game or not discuss it or pretend like it's horrible. Like, I don't think so. It's in the freaking title of the video game. There's nothing really that surprising here. The game can still be great even with these narrative leaks. The game could be horrible with these narrative leaks. Who knows which way it will land. But this is a game that is going to be made or broken based off of the gameplay, I feel. Primarily because that's what it's been built around. It's built around the system of a looter shooter with a battle pass system with all of these weapon crafting components and stuff. And it might end up being great. I have a feeling a lot of people are going to burn out on it real quick. But, you know, time will tell. It's approaching quickly, though. We're on our way. We're on our way very quickly. Suicide Squad is basically just phase 4 from the MCU. Yeah, I mean, kind of. It's just... With all this, I'd like to discuss it more openly. I hope they do an open alpha or open beta. I think that would be really beneficial where everybody can talk about it. Because right now, the only stuff that's getting out are leaks, which is not good for anybody because leaks can be very, very misrepresentative of the final product. A great example is The Last of Us Part 2, which had similar narrative leaks as this, including a lot of BS. If you guys remember, the original leaks with The Last of Us Part 2 were that Abby was trans, Abby killed Joel, you play the majority of the game as Abby. Like, all of these were leaks that caused people to freak out. And parts of them were true. Parts of them were warped and distorted, and other parts were flatly false. And so you just never really know what you're getting because it's not coming from an official source because they're locking all of the information down. And in this case right now, people who have played the alpha, some of them are coming out and just being like, oh, I love the game. It's great. I love it dearly. I saw that on Twitter. People are like, I played the alpha and I can't say much, but let's just say I made my pre-order. That right there broke your NDA. You're not allowed to discuss it, how it made you feel, or any impact it had. You just broke the NDA, you dumbass. Same thing if I say, well, I can't talk about the alpha, but let's just say I canceled my pre-order. That right there. You just communicated that. Like, so stupid. So with all of this, I think they should just do an open thing where people can play it, talk about it, and maybe they give it to some big streamers to play it, kind of like Skull and Bones, let people see it themselves and make up their minds. I think that if the game is good, that will do a lot more, you know? I think that would do a lot more than an alpha where everybody has to pretend like they didn't play it and that they don't have strong thoughts. One of the cringiest things I saw, though, was a developer from Rocksteady that was like, wow, now that the alpha is out, everyone who is criticizing the game is real quiet. They don't have much to say now. It's like, bro, because if they played it, they're under NDA and can't talk about it. Like, what are you talking about? It's like, you know, if a politician pays off like his mistress and makes her sign all this paperwork that she can't disclose their illicit affair. And then he's like, wow, all of a sudden she's got nothing to say. It's like, yeah, that's kind of the whole point of what you did. Like, yeah, she can't talk about it. Like, this is not surprising to anybody at all. And it does not prove your point, sir, at all. It doesn't prove that you're in the right all of a sudden. It just proves that you shut them up with legal paperwork and crap. So I think they should open up the floodgates, let the free open discourse carry things through. And if the game is great, it will stand on its own 2 feet and it'll be awesome. And we'll have another great game to play in the spring. If it's terrible, gamers will have fun with it. And you better believe we're all going to be here for it. So I think that does about wrap it up for the Suicide Squad discussion. End of segment. End of segment. People are upset because Rocksteady is killing not just any of Batman Last Week or the falling in love with it. Well, it's just, I mean, again, it's in the title of the game. Like, if people don't want to play it because of that, okay. I think there's a lot better reasons to not play it, honestly. Based on what I've heard and seen, allegedly, theoretically. Hypothetically, metaphorically. Oh no, Vader was Luke's father all along. Spoilers! Wow. What is Skyrim lo-fi beats? That's music? Oh, that's fun. Oh, this is nice. I like this. This is good. I like this. Favorite Red Bull flavor is the blueberry. This is my favorite. Shout out to Red Bull for sending me like an unlimited supply. It's crazy. Okay. New segment. Are you guys ready? Let me catch up on all these. Yeah, we're going to talk about Sony's patents. We're going to talk about all that stuff. We have Elden Ring expansion details. Bend Studio and Naughty Dog were allegedly working on an unannounced project. Elder Scrolls almost had its own New Vegas, a Sony patent to change difficulty in real time. PlayStation's, the rumors about PlayStation banning physical PS5 games, the resale of physical PS5 games. Baldur's Gate 3 on Game Pass. We can touch on that. And then I want to do the Digital Foundry deep dive on GTA 6. I meant to do that like 2 weeks ago, but what are you going to do? Okay. Are you ready? Are you ready? Let me catch up on these. That's what I said I was going to do. Okay. Rango. I invite someone for buying me the Avatar game. That's fine. There better be a gift receipt. Wyatt, thank you for the 5. I've been playing Avatar for about 40 hours. Oh yeah, we talked about that, it being the next Starfield. Thoughts on Creative Assembly responding to the negative feedback on Total War Pharaoh? I think price cuts and refunds are a good step. I think it doesn't change the fact that the way things are structured is super toxic. So how they approach future games is going to be key. But I think it's a good step forward, for sure. I mean, it's better than what they've been doing, so I like that. But the problem is that they keep making games with half the content cut out that they resell to people, and it's just toxic. Even a price cut on something that aggressively monetized is still toxic. So they need to just rework how they do it. Like, they need to restructure it, and hopefully they're going to do that. Yeah, we'll see. Rari, also thank you for the 2. I just wanted the Arkham Combat, my good sir. Yeah, it's been a while. Like, it's been long enough that I think Arkham Combat would be fresh. It was starting to get a little stagnant in Arkham Knight, which is maybe why they decided to reset and do something different. But yeah, I'm not sure. This part of my mouse came off. There we go. Okay. And then also Danny Dambo, thank you for subbing with Prime, my friend. Appreciate you. Thank you. GeoHound, oh, we're all doing good. We're all doing well, my friend. Little ones, Ori's doing good. Lockie's doing good. We're vibing. We're rocking and rolling. Ready for Christmas. We're going to try to pump through a handful of videos in the next few days so that we can take pretty much like the 23rd through probably the 3rd off. I'll still do the occasional stream and stuff, but yeah, we're going to try to really fill out the schedule as much as we can so we can get a little break. That's the goal, at least. 2024 looking mid for game releases. The thing with 2024 is that we are both very spoiled right now because 2023 was so crazy. And then we also are very, I think like there's going to be a handful of releases next year that are going to be one of those like announced, releasing 3 months later. I think that's going to be a lot of it. So I think there's a handful of games that are scheduled to come out that we have just not seen yet. I'm trying to make the light a little warmer because I'm looking at the footage on this screen and it's a little cold. It's a little cold. Yeah, February is going to be packed for real. Most anticipated 2024 title. I mean, I'm excited for Assassin's Creed Red because if it's running on tech even similar to Pandora, that could be really cool. Dragon's Dogma 2, Crimson Desert looks interesting. Hellblade, I mean, there's a handful that are really interesting, so we'll see. Fingers crossed that they're not terrible. Brendan Reyes, any long form reviews coming before you take a break? Also, Dave the Diver or Dredge? That's a tough question. It depends on my mood, honestly. I like Dave the Diver a lot, but I also like Dredge on like planes, like plane rides and stuff. The most recent one I played was Dredge, so I'll go Dredge. That's the most recent one I played. As for long reviews, I don't think we'll have anything done before the big break, unfortunately. Maybe I can queue up Jacob so he can work on that, but I also want Jacob to take a good break, so, you know, I don't want to be like, okay, I'm going on vacation. Bye, have fun working your ass off. I don't really want to do that. I thought Crimson was scheduled for 24. Maybe it's not. Rango 2024 mid. Bro only likes Spider-Man. Let's see. Dragon Dogma 2 is Capcom's first $70 games, and it's current gen only. Yeah, I mean, I'm also really pumped for Monster Hunter, but that's not till 2025. That one hurts. I would have loved to play that next year, but what are you gonna do? Okay. New segment. Let's do this. Voila. Oh yeah, I just read that one. Okay. So you guys know that I actually like Days Gone a good amount. I thought that it was very underrated. It had a lot of technical issues at the time. It has some clunks, some quirks and stuff. But as far as, I believe it was 2019 games were concerned, I thought it was really good. And it got a lot of hate, I think, unnecessarily. Some of it justified, a lot of it not justified, because like there was the whole drama about Deacon being like your typical gruff white man, and that was cringe. And I was like, that's such a stupid reason to hate a video game or to review it poorly. Like, you can talk about how he constantly talks to himself. That was pretty funny and kind of cringe in and of itself. But like, can't really talk about that. Like, what are we doing? But the Days Gone, I thought was pretty good. Days Gone, I thought was pretty good. Did I say the day before? Hopefully not. Days Gone is what I'm talking about. But with all this, like, it released, it wasn't super well reviewed, unfortunately, and it also did not sell amazingly well. When they brought it to like the PlayStation, whatever they call it, PlayStation Plus library free giveaway game or whatever, that helped it a lot. It got sort of a resurgence of popularity, kind of a cult following, and that I think was really helpful for it. But it doesn't change the fact that Sony Bend, the studio behind it out of Bend, Oregon, they pitched a sequel to PlayStation, and apparently it was shot down and turned down, unfortunately. They've also had a handful of talent leave the studio. Things have gotten kind of tricky. And recently it's been unclear what they've been working on. I mean, they've had 4 years, going on 5 years, that they could be working on the sequel to Days Gone or a spin-off game, and we haven't seen anything. There's been rumors and speculation that they're working on something totally original, something totally different, but a little article just dropped from Insider Gaming, which was a little interesting. What he said is that Bend Studio and Naughty Dog worked on an unannounced project together. It was recently discovered through information written up on the LinkedIn page of senior gameplay animator that Bend Studio and Naughty Dog were, at least for some time, working on an unannounced project together. In the job history of Adam Lawson, who has since moved on to Archetype Entertainment, it was written that he worked on an unannounced Bend Studio and Naughty Dog project. Enchanté, madame. Since the revelation surfaced online, courtesy of Faiz Sheikh 7681 on Twitter, gamers have been throwing games into the pot to suggest what the project could have been. The most likely scenario for many, the hope is that Bend Studio would be working on Days Gone 2 or a new Siphon Filter game, but those are seeming increasingly unlikely as time goes on. We know that Days Gone 2 was shot down internally some time ago, and Siphon Filter hasn't been seen in more than 15 years, so that's a pipe dream. Instead, the most likely scenario seems like a joint operation between Bend Studio and Naughty Dog to develop either The Last of Us Online or Factions 2 or an Uncharted game of the same description. Oof. This was previously referenced by Jason Schreier. Last year, it was stressed that Bend Studio was deep in development on a new IP, but all we know is that it builds upon the open world systems of Days Gone. That isn't too much to go on, and since then, nothing more has been said. This thing they're referencing from Jason Schreier, with Blockbuster, oh, it's going to be, is it going to be a lot? Oh, I can kind of read some of it. Oh God, you can kind of make it out. It's kind of tough, but maybe. The last little bit here is just this fixation on teams that churn out hits is creating unrest across Sony's portfolio of game studios. Oregon-based Sony Bend, best known for the 2019 open world action game Days Gone, tried unsuccessfully to pitch a sequel that year, according to people familiar with the proposal. Although the first game was profitable, hold on, I lost it. Although the first game had been profitable, its development had been lengthy and critical reception was mixed, so Days Gone 2 wasn't seen as a viable option. Instead, one team at the studio was assigned to help Naughty Dog with a multiplayer game, while a second group was assigned to work on, oh, that works, a new Uncharted game with supervision from Naughty Dog. Some staff, including top leads, were unhappy with this arrangement and left. Bend's developers feared that it might be absorbed into Naughty Dog. The studio's leadership asked to be taken off the Uncharted project. Blah, blah, blah. So it seems like Sony execs were not super thrilled with Days Gone 2 and decided to take them off of like the free floating position where they could kind of do what they wanted to do, and instead babysit them and put them under a much more established studio, kind of as backup. And this is actually precisely the thing that people have been afeared of with Bungie, is that Bungie, not doing too great with Destiny 2, if they can't figure out how to get their crap together, get their poop in a group, they are going to be screwed because Sony will get to take them over per the contract agreements of their acquisition. And if that happens, there's a very real possibility that Sony comes in and does to Bungie what they've seemingly tried to do with the Sony Bend team, where they take them over and assign them to other games as a support team, helping on those other projects, not really doing much of their own stuff. Maybe they have a small project here and there. Maybe they keep working on Marathon, but most of their work is going to be spent supporting live service games across the rest of the Sony portfolio. And that is something that I think Sony was very naive about. Sony thought that they could just do that and all the talent would stay and it'd be fine. But the thing is, if the talent that went to make, say, Days Gone is really proud of the stuff that they made, the single player adventure game that they put together, they're not really going to be thrilled when they find out that they're like a class C citizen in this hierarchy, and all they're doing is helping out the real talented artists over there that make the games everybody hears about. So they're just going to leave. And that's what happened at Sony Bend, is that a lot of those upper level managers and designers left Sony Bend after they had the Days Gone 2 thing shut down and after they were shoved on the Last of Us multiplayer game, which is compounded in terms of cringe when you realize that the Naughty Dog multiplayer game is dead. It's DOA. It's even before Arrival. So it's dead on pre-Arrival. It's DOPA. It's DOPA. Okay. It didn't even get there. And to hear that the team over at Sony Bend has been kind of torn apart as a result of this just makes it all the worse. Like that they had their team and their talent torn apart for a game that didn't even launch. You know, it's just tragic. It's tragic. So we'll see what happens with Sony Bend. I wish them the best because I thought Days Gone had a lot of potential. And out of all the games in 2019, that was the game I wanted to see a sequel for the most. I thought they laid a great groundwork and foundation. I just wish that we would have gotten that sequel, whatever it was. But now, who knows what the next thing that they're working on looks like. Apparently, it's a new IP. It's something that they're doing that they're proud of. Of course, now that The Last of Us Online game is dead, they are not going to be working on that anymore. So hopefully they're just kind of refocusing the team and focusing on that project. That would be really, really nice to see. But what are you going to do? What are you going to do? I mean, it's just, this is what happens when big executives come in, tell studios they're really good at one thing, they have to do this other thing. And then the creatives within that studio who are incredibly talented and have the ability to go elsewhere, they just go elsewhere. And these teams are only as good as the creative talent within them. Like Naughty Dog, if Neil and his whole narrative team and all the animators and artists and programmers, if all of them left Naughty Dog, just walked out one day, Naughty Dog would no longer be a world-class studio. It just wouldn't. That's the thing with like, what's the studio? BioWare, previously world-class studio. And then they released 2 back-to-back monstrously huge flops. All of their talent leaves because they don't want to hang out in a group that like is being received poorly. They want to be with a world-renowned studio that has a great reputation. So all the amazing talent leaves, and all that's left behind are like brand new hires, which I'm sure are very talented, but new hires fresh out of school do not a great world-class studio make. You have to have the mixture of experience with that young energy and talent. And I think that's the huge miscalculation that Sony made going into this generation. Is Jim Ryan thought that he could just have Sony, or rather like Naughty Dog, an amazingly talented first like single player developer, he could just have them go and make an online multiplayer game and it would be really successful and make tons of money. And it just totally spaced that. For one, the fans might not go along with it. 2, the artists and the developers might not go along with it because they don't want to make those kinds of games. And 3, because it's not their expertise, it's going to take a hell of a lot longer and might not turn out as well as the other stuff they did that was world class. It's just, and I think that if they had asked, honestly, any of these executives at these studios, if they went to Sony Bend and was like, hey, can you guys make a multiplayer game? Or if they went to Naughty Dog and say, hey, can you guys do this? Can you guys make a multiplayer game quickly and well that's going to be super well received? I think they all would have said, no, it's not our forte. That's not what we do. We specialize in this thing, not this thing. Like if I repair Audis, I'm probably not the guy to go and repair like your Tesla. Like I focus on this thing. This is my niche. This is what I do. I might be able to figure that out because it's sort of the same thing, but it's very different at the same time. I think you should have a specialist in that handle it. I'll focus on my specialty. And it's just, you've seen years of wasted time with these developers, years and years of wasted time, and millions upon millions upon millions of dollars wasted. How many tens of millions of dollars, if not hundreds of millions of dollars, depending on how you count it, have been wasted on The Last of Us Online for them to just walk away? It's shocking. It's shocking. It really is. It's just amazing. Sean, also thank you for the 5 gifteds in YouTube chat. Thank you. And welcome Ethan, Rango, Jedi Knight, Doom, and MJ for welcome to the red flags. Appreciate you, my friend. Thank you, Sean. Yeah, it's wild. It's wild that they thought that this would just work. Yeah, it's classic big brain CEOs making smart decisions. It's a great example of, I think, a lack of transparency within these conversations. And we've all been here. Like if you've ever worked a corporate job, if you've ever worked in like one of those really toxic retail spaces, you know exactly what this is like. Nobody. Also, thank you for the 5 gifted subs on Twitch. Thank you, my friend. That's very generous. Thank you. You guys are popping off. So welcome to Herp, Ebane, Ricardo, Beardcules, and Binky. Welcome to the Red Flags over on Twitch. Thank you. But we've all been here when we've worked in those really awkward jobs where you have a toxic boss that you are afraid if you talk negatively to them, they're just going to fire you. We've all been there. We're like, you want to say what you really feel to the boss, but you also don't want to be fired. So you just keep your mouth shut. And that's, I think, what went on here. Like Jim Ryan and his ilk went to these studios and say, hey, listen, we want you guys to make these single player games you're great at, but we also want you to make all of these live service games that will print money. Can you please do that? Pretty please? Pretty please. We're not really asking. We're telling you that's what you're going to do. Like these executives could be like, no, we make single player games. That's not what we're doing. And maybe they tried to push back a little, but they were like, no, this is what we're doing. This is what we're doing. Get over it. And so they put up with it. They went along with it. And as time has gone by, look where we are now, where Naughty Dog probably went back to them and said, listen, guys, look, we're going to have to spend years supporting this game with live service battle pass stuff. It's all we're going to do. You're never going to be getting another Last of Us Part 3. You're never going to be getting Uncharted 5. You're not going to be getting a new IP from us because all of our resources will go over here. And then you're not winning Game of the Year when we could have been releasing those games. Like, it's going to hurt your reputation. Single player fans will be pissed. And on top of all of that, we're not even sure if players are going to like this live service game. So it might be a waste. And I think there's no coincidence that Jim Ryan is leaving at the end of this year. And at the end of this year, just so happens to be the time that this is announced that they're walking away from this massive project. Like, I don't care who you are, even if you're Satya Nadella and you're the CEO of Microsoft, if you wasted hundreds of millions of dollars on a project that was just a total waste of time, diverted your key teams that are world class at what they do just because you were focused on a fever dream over here that was never going to work, you'd have a lot of answers to deliver. And I think for Jim Ryan, a CEO on a much smaller scale than Satya, I think he would have a lot more to answer for, which perhaps is part of it. I mean, I know Jim Ryan was like, hey, I'm retiring because I don't like traveling and I want to be with my family and all that. I get that's what he said publicly. The more we hear about this, and I think this is the first domino to fall, I think there's going to be a lot more of these types of things. I wouldn't be surprised if they walk away from like Fair Games, if they cancel that. I think there was a lot of smoke in the building. And Jim Ryan knew that was there's probably fire going on too, because when there's smoke, there's fire. And I think he decided to get out before all of it came and landed on his lap. Because I don't think there's any mystery other than delivering console units to customers, which I would argue is going to happen even if a chicken were the CEO of PlayStation. Coming off of the PS4 gen and the crazy lead they had, and then also kind of the bungling of the hardware side of things from Xbox, I think it was very, very hard for PlayStation to screw up selling the PS5, especially with the engineering stuff they had done with like adaptive triggers and the SSDs and the very clear vision, the striking like physical appearance of the console. I think they were set up very, very well by the end of the PS4 gen. So when Jim Ryan took over, I think he was just kind of occupying a seat and it was already a well-oiled machine. And everything he has put his hands on has gotten worse and worse and worse. And he's led to the wasting of tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars. And I think that that's a damn shame. But he's leaving now and somebody else will be taking his position, which I think is a very good thing. Also, Max, thank you for subbing with Prime over on Twitch. Whippy, as a previous comment, I feel like this is a pretty bold statement to the industry as a whole to sort of fly in the face of live service bubble. I think so too, and I think it's good because it shows that even these massive companies like PlayStation, live service might not be the solution. you know, for them. And it's also something PlayStation did with the subscription model, where Game Pass is coming along. Everybody's like, they need an answer to the subscription model. They need their own Game Pass. And they sort of played around with it a little bit. And they had the different tiers of PlayStation Plus and all that. And they tried to create the PlayStation, whatever it was called, Essential Collection or something like that. And then after like 6 months or a year, they just kind of backed off of it and said, you know what? No, this isn't the game we play. We don't do the subscription thing. We sell our top tier games at full price. That's what we do. And we think they're worth $70. That's why we charge that. And honestly, I think for PlayStation, that makes sense. I think it makes sense. So I wouldn't give them too much crap for it. So it will be interesting to see how this plays out. But like I said, I think in 2024, I think we're going to see a lot more of these live service games that just slowly get dropped. Like there's no way that Fair Games ends up making money. That's going to be a cringe fest. So I think that they're going to dump that pretty quickly. They might drop like a gameplay trailer or something that's received really negatively, and then they'll just dump it and cancel it and move on. I think that that's probably what happens. And there's going to be a handful of other internal live service games we haven't even heard of that get canceled and moved on from. So I think Sony is just realizing that this might not be the play for them. Maybe there's like, that's Bungie's thing. They just try to reinforce with Bungie the support that they need to be successful. But I think for them to try and take single player devs and force them to do live service stuff is such a joke. And they're seeing it now. I mean, it's caused them to waste years and years and years and hundreds of millions of dollars. And it sucks because that's a lot of money down the drain for nothing. But it's also probably good because in the long term, it will avoid even more wasted money on 5 or 6 of these live service games that come out and are just total disasters and just hemorrhage money themselves. Sean, thank you for the 50 Australian dollary dues. Merry Christmas, everyone. Have a good one and stay safe. Dilly dilly, true dat. True dat. Yes, Merry Christmas, everybody. Hopefully you're set to have a good holiday. Because it's been one heck of a year for a lot of us, and so it's going to be good to have a little bit of a breather. And also, Mr. Boogie, thank you for becoming a member as well. Thank you. Appreciate you. Sony wasted money on Bungie. I think Sony was promised by Bungie certain revenue targets, and at that revenue target, they were set to make a lot of money on the deal. They have totally missed those targets, and as a result, they are hemorrhaging money, and Bungie's just a big, like, basically a garbage disposal that you just shove cash in. That's basically what Bungie is right now. So PlayStation's, of course, very upset, but that's why they built into the contract this stipulation that says if they don't hit those targets, they just get to fully take them over and then do whatever they want with them. Because before it was 3 point whatever 2, I think it was 3.2 or 3.7 billion dollars, and they were still independent and they could still do whatever they wanted. Now they've missed those targets, and if they continue missing those targets, Sony will just take them over. No longer independent. They're now a PlayStation studio, and they can't do nothing about it. It probably means a lot of the executives get fired. It probably means a lot of upper level management gets fired and dumped into other departments and areas, which I think is probably for the best, but yeah. Okay. Treble Champ, thank you for the 2. Hopefully that Horizon one is canceled next. I think that one out of all of them might stand the best chance of being successful, but I think they have to get that out next year. Personally, because I think if they go head to head with actual Monster Hunter, they will lose that fight. So I think they need to come out next year, scratch that itch for a lot of people, and maybe they stand a chance. But if it's getting pushed to 2025, I think they're in some serious trouble. And I also genuinely have no idea how much interest there is in that type of game. Because my understanding is it's basically a Fortnite reskin of Horizon Forbidden West, but where you're going and hunting monsters with your friends. That could be fun because it's what Monster Hunter is, and Monster Hunter is super fun. But I think it depends on when it launches, how it's monetized. And even then, like, I don't know how good it will be compared to like Monster Hunter with all these different play styles and crazy in-depth action RPG systems. So we'll see. Like, if it is just Horizon But multiplayer, I don't think that that's a good live service game. I don't think there's enough truly long-term content there in those combat systems to justify it. Before anybody comments, I know some people have spent hundreds of hours in Horizon. Good for you. I love that. We're talking about for live service games, you have to sell something crazy like 150 to 250,000 battle passes for a team of a few hundred people to work on it for years on end. That's a lot. 150, 250,000 battle passes with people playing it for months and months, years and years on end. I'm not sure if people do that for basically just Horizon reskinned and then with multiplayer added. So I think they have to do a lot more with it, and they've taken their time with it. So hopefully that's what they're doing, is that they're making it that much better. But I wouldn't put much money on it. I certainly wouldn't have put hundreds of millions of dollars on it. I'll tell you what. Do not think I would have done that. Max, thank you for becoming a sub with Prime as well. I might have already shouted that out. Sorry, not sorry. And Piotr, I think. Sorry, I'm bad at pronouncing stuff. Thank you for resubbing with Prime. 2 months, baby. Ooh, baby. Here we go. Hello. Good to see you. I'm still playing Monster Hunter World / Rise, and there's nothing that comes close in scope and complexity which veteran hunters want. Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm saying, like, if they bring the Horizon game out in 2025 and try to compete with Monster Hunter, they will lose. Like, and if people think that it's that easy, I would bet a good amount of money that they've just not played Monster Hunter into the end game. There is so much depth in Monster Hunter, regardless of like what playstyle you want to do. If you want to be up close and personal, if you want to be ranged, if you want to do this, you want to do that. There is so much in that game, just Monster Hunter World alone. And then Rise is it again. And this next one is probably going to be even crazier. So, and of course they have co-op. They all have co-op. So there is already a king in this genre. And it's kind of like coming out with your own Soulsborne-like game and then trying to come in and compete directly against like Dark Souls 4 or Elden Ring 2. It's like, you're going to lose that fight. You just will. You might be just as good as that game, but they already have the fan base around that niche. And that fan base is going to go to them first and then afterwards come to you. But that is going to come so much later that you'll effectively have already put the game on discount and it will already be too late. And for live service games, you can't afford 2, 3, 4 months of dead nothingness followed by some success. You have to have a steady flow. Otherwise it's just too expensive. What was that EA one, that game? What was that called? Heart something? Was it Heart something? It was the one with the horrible snow effect and it had really terrible performance for a while. I think it was EA published, but it wasn't developed by them. I don't know. My brain is breaking. Wild Hearts. That's it. You're right. Wild Hearts. That's it. How would it work narratively? In Forbidden West, Aloy was still pushing its hold on. In Forbidden West, Aloy was still pushing its my burden to the other characters in the world. Well, it would just, I think that they probably strip most of the story out of it. It would just be that you play as an NP or as a PC, you know, not an NPC. You play as just an unnamed character. Maybe you put a name on them, but just like any other live service game, you just load into arenas and you go hunting for monsters, and then you get loot from those monsters, level up your gear, and that allows you to take on more difficult fights and then do this. And then I think that it's just like that. I don't think they try to do anything super narrative. Maybe they do. Maybe they try to go Suicide Squad's route with it and add in like a main story mixed in with it. I would say that the track record for those types of games is not great. The previous ones that have tried that are like Marvel's Avengers was a very notable one recently. Didn't work. Super hot. So, I mean, Suicide Squad is trying to do that too. Maybe that'll work out for them, but might also not. So we'll see how the cookie crumbles, but they still haven't shown it. We don't know anything about it. Hopefully it's that they're just going to announce it like this summer and then they drop it a week later. Hopefully that's what they do. Yeah. I just don't think you can take Horizon, take it multiplayer, and then all of a sudden like print money. I just don't think it works that way for them, personally. Let's see. Is James Gunn, or does James Gunn have authority to what games Warner Brother puts out? No, he's not the decision maker, but he definitely is aware of what they're saying. Like, he's meeting with all those executives and he's trying to figure out the vision for DC moving forward. And their goal is to find ways to integrate like the video games in with the films. And so if they're planning these films 5, 6, 7 years out, they have to start planning for the video game that kind of ties into it now. And so all of this stuff has to interweave together and everybody has to be aware of it. So he's not the guy deciding, oh yeah, no, we'll make more Arkham games. He's not doing that. But if they are making more Arkham games, he would know. So yeah, I think that's just the distinction. Not the decision maker, but certainly in the know, I think. Okay. Okay, there are new leaks. Sorry, Jacob. New segment. New segment. You know what I'm going to do actually before we do new segment? I'm going to take this camera and we're going to change it. Because I don't really like this angle when we're like reading stuff. I don't really like it. It makes me feel like I'm being stared down at by a teacher. So I'm going to change this. Boop, boop, boop. Back to this. Yeah, I think that's better. I think that's better. I think that's what we do. Okay. New segment. So, we all were shocked, I think, when the Game Awards came and went with no mention of an Elden Ring expansion. I think we all were just anticipating it because we thought, even if it's not coming out like this year, at the end of this year, shadow dropping in December, I guess that's a pun because the expansion calls Shadow of the Erdtree, so shadow dropping would be really funny. But anyway, even if it wasn't coming out in December, I think we all still expected it to maybe come out in like early 2024, maybe February, where everything's coming out, or like March, or maybe they shoot for May. I was still expecting to see something, a trailer, an announcement, just something. But we didn't hear a word about it. However, new leaks are actually suggesting that those initial expectations might not be that far off, and it's a little strange, even more so, that we didn't hear anything about it, because new Elden Ring expansion leak details. Okay, what does it say? According to a new leak, an upcoming collaboration between Elden Ring and Thrustmaster, that's my nickname, or it was in college, sync with the new Shadow of the Erdtree expansion for an anniversary celebration. This suggests that the next DLC could arrive around February 25th, which is when Elden Ring originally launched in 2022. Isn't it insane that in just a couple months, Elden Ring will be 2 years old? Do you feel old yet? We're getting closer to death every day, boys. Get ready. So they go on. In addition to early images of the potential Thrustmaster controller designs for 2024, a second collaboration might be in the works for 2025. This release would also sync with another expansion or major key beat. Weird. The leaks originally appeared on a product page at Data Blitz, but the page was swiftly removed. Images that were backed up elsewhere were also promptly taken down. This adds to the potential validity of the leak. And the tweet specifically is this. Loading. Okay. This shows it. This claims that they can be synced with the DLC release on Elden Ring's anniversary, which is February 25th. And it's since been taken down. They show this. Bandai Namco and Thrustmaster Elden Ring collab. Sync with new Shadow of the Erdtree expansion release. Elden Ring anniversary. I mean, I feel like previously they've always telegraphed the expansions well before release date. So I would be really surprised if they just shadow dropped it. Because at this point, what are we suggesting that they're going to do? Are they just going to drop a trailer on their YouTube channel casually in February and be like, it's available today or next week? Like, are they really going to do that? Like, I think it'll work. It'll still sell gangbusters. But why not let the hype build it, you know? Why not? I will say that like this doesn't look like your typical leak. I wouldn't buy this. I don't think it personally, this is not in my taste, but you know, I could see how some people might like it. Design agreed for sample submission by Bandai Namco. I don't even really know what that means, but okay. It also lists the second year of collaboration for a major Keybeat or new game expansion in 2025 with 2 new controller releases. This is also really weird. Release to be synchronized with 2025 Elden Ring major Keybeat or new game expansion. Again, I don't really know what that. I have no idea what that means. So, but all this to say, according to these leaks, this is something that could be coming out in early or rather late February of 2024. Fans have quickly noted that it would be strange if Elden Ring didn't mention a big expansion coming as soon as February at the Game Awards. It would be really weird, especially because they won Game of the Year last year. However, maybe they're pissed because of what happened at the very end with, you know, my Jewish rabbi, Bill Clinton. Maybe that's why they decided to just not do it. Maybe they're like really put off by Jeff Keighley. That's possible. But then again, they also showcased another big Bandai Namco game at the Game Awards. So I don't know. However, there's still room for an announcement this month. Elden Ring announcements have cut it pretty close before, and it would certainly make for a terrific holiday gift. Note that if the Thrustmaster collaboration is planning to sync with the expansion releases, the dates are hardly concrete. The leaks could also be referring to announcement dates rather than actual release dates. It could, because like they would announce it and then put it up for sale at the same time. Doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to release. Like, does availability mean that they're going to release on that date, or does that mean that they're going to be available for pre-order with the expansion or something? Who knows? But at the very least, this would suggest that they are planning, or at least have previously been planning on it coming out early next year, which is interesting. I mean, it would have been 2 years since Elden Ring. 2 years is an awful long time for a DLC expansion. I mean, it's probably a pretty meaty one. And maybe that's just because, you know, they're really hyped for it. Maybe they're doing a ton of stuff for it. I don't know, but it has been a good long while. Now, with all that said, even if this is just total BS, and even if they are just like showing off these little things, and maybe this was like a constructed fake leak because they wanted to generate hype, because I don't think I've heard of Thrustmaster before. Maybe I have, but I don't really remember it. So maybe this is just a big marketing ploy and way to get people talking about Thrustmaster controllers. I'm not sure. Maybe. Even so, it doesn't change the fact that by the time at this point we get the Elden Ring DLC, it will have been 2 years. And that's a long time for an expansion. That is a long time. So I'm excited for it because it means that they probably have not been sitting on their hands. Of course, they launched Armored Core 6, but Armored Core 6 was developed by a separate team within the studio. And Hidetaka Miyazaki's involvement in that pretty much started and stopped in the pre-production phase. He didn't actually come in and do a lot of stuff in the active development process after the fact. He was there for the pre-production when they were working on combat and those prototypes, and then he went to work on Elden Ring while they finished up this. So he's been working pretty hard at it, I think. So I don't know. We'll see how the cookie crumbles with this too. I'm hopeful. I would love to have a big Elden Ring expansion, but dear God Almighty, if it launches in February, we all will have no time for anything. Like, I think they could release it and it'll do very, very well in February. I think they could also drop it in like April or May and it would do amazingly well and probably dominate more of the headlines. But man, we will see. We will see. 0% chance execs okayed not having a big marketing push for this DLC, unless they're like so confident in it that they're like, hey, we don't really need it. It's going to print money regardless. Word of mouth is crazy high for Elden Ring. Why waste the money on marketing when we can drop like a trailer and just do that? Like GTA 6. I mean, they just drop a trailer. They don't need to push anything too hard. Everybody will do it for them, you know? Everyone will do it for them. Just a moment. Sorry, my cats are trying to break in. We'll let them in a bit, but Finley and Hermione, their recent thing is that they like to sit on the keyboard while I'm here because they want cuddles. So like Finley will just hop up, lay on the keyboard, and I'm like, bro, I'm trying to do stuff. So I like pick him up, I set him down, and then he walks around this side and then jumps up and lays back down on the keyboard. I'm like, bro, stop it. Yeah, that was the Hassan segment. Yeah. Yeah, it was a whole thing. Where's the cat? It needs loves too. Yeah, no, they're very cuddly. You can see they have like, I made Finley a little bed right there out of blankets. And then Hermione, she has her little Christmas bed thing. So there's a top layer that they can lay on. And then there's the inside that they can hide in. So they've got their beds in here to chill with me while I'm working and doing stuff for videos and everything. But while we're like, if I'm trying to type and stuff, that's when they decide that they need to come and sit on the keyboard. And they don't take no for an answer. Like you could lift him down 1,000 times and he will still hop up and try. He's not a quitter. He is not a quitter. He knows what he wants, and he wants cuddles because he is a cuddly guy. Okay, let's do news segment. Oh, should I catch up on these real quick? Hold on. Molly, have you talked about the Epic Games versus Google lawsuit? Isn't that one the one that's like, it's basically the Apple lawsuit, but it's against Google saying that they shouldn't take a cut on microtransactions within the game? I haven't heard any updates with it, but I'm glad that they're taking them to task. It is crazy that there's like a 30% fee with all this. And that if you try to bypass it by allowing them to buy V-Bucks outside of the app, that you can have your app delisted. That's just ridiculous. It's crazy. But thankfully, like the EU regulators are coming in and making broad sweeping laws that force Apple to allow like side loading of apps and stuff. So Epic won. Okay. Yeah. Well, that's cool. I mean, I'm glad Apple's tough to beat in court because they just have unlimited money. But yeah, if Epic won, I think that's good. But it's just going to take more of these like regulators coming in and being like, hey, Apple, Google, you guys kind of have a monopoly. So can we chill out? That's at least my stance. Confused why Apple won, but Google didn't. I think for Apple, it was specifically tied into the hardware because Google doesn't have the hardware to go with the software. Like they make hardware, but most Android phones are not Google manufactured or anything. Even most Google phones are manufactured by outside companies that they contract. So for Google, it's purely a software matter. For Apple, though, they can argue that they're trying to create a hardware ecosystem that also is locked down in terms of security and safety and allowing like side loading of apps, allowing third-party developers to come in, allowing people to bypass the security protocols of the App Store would be bad for their customers and would actively harm their business practice because they make all the hardware too. So for Apple, I think they do have a more compelling argument. I still think it's BS and it's based around loopholes and stuff. But that's the thing. When you have stockpiles of hundreds of billions of dollars to just keep fighting, you can find all the loopholes you want. Okay, let's see. Lo-Fi, thank you also for becoming a member. Jason, thank you for the 2. The real talent from Rocksteady left long ago, to be honest. Yeah, well, I mean, we'll see. I think some of the stuff we've seen in the trailers and we've heard about the alphas was promising. I mean, they clearly are still a very good studio, and I think it's going to be an example of it being what Gotham Knights wanted to be. Is that enough to make a successful live service game? I'm not so sure, but we'll see. Time will tell. Rango, also thank you for the 2. Hope they don't release Close to Dragon's Dogma 2. I think next year is just going to be one of those years, and we're already kind of seeing it, unless stuff gets delayed. But I think next year is going to be one of those years where like half the games come out within 2 weeks of each other, and then there's just dry spells forever. And then later in the year, there's a big like 2-week period where everything else drops. I think it's just going to be one of those years because it seems like everything is kind of coalescing around February or like late fall, and so it's going to be a lot, I think. What's the word on PAX? I'm waiting for word back, so fingers crossed. But I don't know if they're on holiday vacation already, but we have the stuff filled out. We're just waiting. So I think it'll be fun though. Ask me on Wednesday. Maybe Wednesday they will have gotten back to me. But yeah, once I get the email, I'm sure I'll talk about it. Hopefully they just give the thumbs up, then we're good to go. Broketober, you're damn right. What's the name for February? What's a funny name for February for being broke? Do we ask ChatGPT? What's a fun pun for being broke in February, similar to the term Broketober for October? What do you got, ChatGPT? What? What does that even mean? How about February? It combines February with broke. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. What are you talking about? I thought like wary, like it combines it with wary. It doesn't combine it with broke. What are you talking about? To playfully indicate a financial challenging month. It is a nice ring to it, just like Broketober for October. So when you find yourself financially tight in February, you can say you're experiencing February. That doesn't make any sense. How about February? Okay. AI has a little way to go. How about February? Okay, it's just the same thing over. Broketober, I don't know, man. I think like February, be wary of spending is probably the best one, but it even messed up how, like, why it said that. I don't know. Feb broke. It's just broke. Hopefully they say yes. Yeah, I think it'd be super fun. I mean, I don't even really understand what they'd be saying yes to. Like, I don't know what the perks would be other than that they like let me in for free, but maybe they try to set up like more elaborate stuff. I don't know. Could be good. I don't think PAX East like flies people out, so I don't think that they'd be paying for any of that stuff, but it would still be fun to go. Okay. Let's touch on this new segment. Okay, Jacob? New segment. Here we go. We all love New Vegas. You know, we love it. And we love it because New Vegas, it has a certain charm to it, a certain magical quality. And I think that magical quality has been born out of a love, a cherishment for, I don't know where I'm going with this. I like Fallout New Vegas. I like Fallout New Vegas a lot. And I think part of the reason that it came together so well was because it was put together in like 18 months. So in the words of like the writers for chat is, I think we have this in our rules, but chat is English only. Just other, because we can't moderate other languages, so I don't know what people are saying or not saying, so we're just gonna play it safe. But with all this, like, I think the reason that Fallout New Vegas was so successful is because, in the words of the South Park writers Matt Stone and Trey Parker, they didn't have time for writer's block. They didn't have time for screwing up. They just had to figure it out. And the game was super broken. The game is still pretty broken and buggy. There's a lot of problems with it, but I do think that there's a charm to that freedom of creativity where they just had to figure it out. They just had to do the thing. And people like that. And it seems that Elder Scrolls almost had its own similar title to New Vegas, but it kind of fell apart. Now, if you don't know the background of Fallout New Vegas, basically what happened is that this came at a weird age in Bethesda Game Studios history where they did Fallout 3. You know what we should do? You know what we should do? I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. Here. I think one of the cats was laying on the tablet because it's got cat hair all over it. Okay. Oh, wait. I have to plug it in. Oh, my God. I'm a professional. I'm a professional. Okay. Okay. Here we go. Professional streamer here. Okay. Share screen. Zoom in. Zoom in. There we go. Is this working? Is this working? It's working. Okay. So let's go here. So what happened is that all the way back in days of old, we had the mighty year of 2008. In 2008, we got the game known as Fallout 3. And it did pretty well. It was not a flop or anything. It did pretty well. Before that, I believe it was 2006, I want to say. What year was Oblivion? Was it 2006 or 7? Maybe 7. And I think it was 6. I don't know. Well, ES4. 2006. Okay. So 2006, we get Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion. 2008, we get Fallout 3. 2011, we get, of course, the very well-known and beloved Elder Scrolls 5. However, this is the game that really just printed money for Bethesda. I mean, this skyrocketed them into critical acclaim to a level that they had not seen previously. And before this, Oblivion was very well received and beloved. Fallout 3 was very well received and beloved. People loved that game too. Elder Scrolls, though, was like 2011's Elden Ring. Like, it was a game that people had heard of. People were like, they liked the studio, but I don't think anybody anticipated just how crazy widespread the love and hype and interest would be for Elder Scrolls 6. Like, it was one of those rare games that spread past pop culture barriers into the mainstream in ways that very few people, or very few games rather, could ever expect to manage. Like, Red Dead 2 was another game like this. You know, like, I had friends that are not gamers at all. One guy I know who is like 55 years old, works like running a construction company. He doesn't play video games at all. And he asked me how hard it would be to get like an Xbox and play some Red Dead 2, because he had seen the commercials that you could play as a cowboy and it looked amazing and his friends were talking about it and he wanted to play it. There's very few games that can do that can make non-gamers want to become gamers. And Skyrim was one of them. And so we, now looking back, look at BGS through the lens of Skyrim, and it's just not, it distorts all of this. Like, it changes how you look at everything before it, right? Because it just makes you think, well, they were always like that, but not quite. I think you could look at Fallout 3 as like maybe the Dark Souls 3 for FromSoft. Elder Scrolls 4, you could say, is like the Bloodborne, and is very well received, has a cult following in and of itself, but it's not like, it didn't sell it as well as some of these other games. But with all of this, the reason I'm pointing this out is because in the context of Bethesda's history, we think now about them selling their IP to do a spin-off game, and it's like, why would they do that? They're Bethesda Game Studios. They don't need to do that. They'll make the games and it'll sell crazy well and they'll be happy. But that wasn't necessarily the case. Back in 2008, what seems to have happened is, after the successful launch of Fallout 3, they decided that they being ZeniMax, the parent company, they decided that they did not want to wait 7-ish years for 2015 to come along. I will get better with this pen, I swear. It's a little clunky. It's a little clunky. I'm trying to get my my muscle memory with it down. But with all this, like, they didn't want to wait 7 years to get Fallout 4, which is what it took. I mean, it took forever to get Fallout 4 out the door. So they didn't want to wait all this time and have nothing else coming in for the Fallout franchise. Very similar to what has happened recently, where they had Fallout 4 happen. And then what do they do 3 years later in 2018? Well, they come along. Oh my God, that's an 8. I swear to God. They come along with Fallout 76 to try and fill up the gap between 2015 and realistically when we get the next Fallout game, which is like 2030 or later. which is insane that we might have to wait 15 years for another Fallout game. That's just, it is what it is. Took us all this time to get Starfield, and so it's going to take another handful of years to get Elder Scrolls, and then it's going to take another handful of years to get Fallout. So it's probably 15 years before we get Fallout. And that's why we have Fallout 76, is because it's meant to kind of fill this gap of time. But something very, very similar happened where they wanted to come along and they wanted to have something in between 2008 and 2011, or 2008 and 2015. So what they decided to do is sell the rights to a little known studio. Why I'm so crooked with this. Around 2009, they greenlit the production of a game called Fallout New Vegas. And this was sent off to Obsidian Entertainment. They had worked on a lot of RPGs, and they didn't have a lot of super amazingly successful IP at their disposal. So they came in and decided for 2010, I believe it was, they were going to do their own game, Fallout New Vegas. But they had effectively a year and a half to make the damn thing. And so many of these concepts, so many of the things that they established for that game started extremely ambitiously and then ended up getting walked back and walked back and walked back because they just didn't have enough time. So one of the best examples is if I pull up the concept art. Concept art is one of the very first things they do when they're working on these video games because it gives them the vision of what they're creating. It tells you kind of the story just by looking at the image of what they want this to be, right? And this image right here, I think this is like a cropped version of it, but it serves the purpose. This was one of the pieces of concept art for the game where they wanted to have New Vegas be this city with, you know, huge walls around it, but then remnants of the old strip and then big buildings and open streets for you to walk down. And it was all going to be kind of a seamless thing where you just walk through the barriers, kind of like in Night City into Dogtown. You just walk through and you have access to this whole new area, which is awesome. I mean, it's just vast in scope. Now, what we eventually got was a little bit different. If you have not played Fallout New Vegas, I wonder if there's an interactive map. New Vegas interactive map. Maybe? Is this one? Not really. Here's what I can do. Oh, wait, hold on. I don't remember my macros. Okay, I'll copy this. I'll go back to MS Paint because of course I will. And here. Okay. So here we have the map for Fallout New Vegas. And if we go in here, like this is kind of the core of New Vegas. And how it works is they wanted originally to have these big barriers and walls around the city. Like, let's just say this is the city. They wanted all of these walls around the city. And then you go through a gate like right here. And then all of this is open to you. So if you want to just explore around inside the city, you can do it. There might be a load screen right here, but that's kind of it. What they had to what they ended up having to do is that they ended up having to like hard gate it all. So there is a wall. I don't remember the exact like dimensions of it, but there's like that. And then inside that wall is another wall with another kind of load screen, like maybe right there. So this is a zone. And then there's another zone inside that that's like this big. And so it's its own zone. And if you want to go in here, it's a separate load screen. And then inside that is like, you know, the inner sanctum area with, whatever it's called, the Gamora casino and everything. So there's like multiple zones. If you're running around in the open world, you can have a great time exploring, just having a wonderful time exploring, going over here. But then you want to go into New Vegas, you go through load screen, then you run around a little bit, you go through another load screen, run around a little bit, go through another load screen, run around. And then if you want to get back out, load screen, load screen, and then you run around. So it's very, very stilted and weird because the game is so open as you explore the whole world. But the moment you go to New Vegas, it's all very, very segmented and broken up into these little areas. And it's basically just because on the hardware and with the time restrictions, they didn't have the time to realize this vision. They just didn't. So they had to take this and then go in and change it. So now, instead of it just being open and free flowing, there's going to be a wall that goes all the way across here, and that blocks you off. So if you want to go through there, you have to go through these checkpoints. And then over here, there's also going to be another wall that kind of spans over here that keeps you out of that area until they want you to go through it, and that blocks you off. And then there's another big wall over here to keep you in that next area. And it's just kind of frustrating because it's not quite as good as it could have been, but given 18 months was the amount of time they had, it makes sense, right? It makes sense. So what does this have to do with anything? That's a great question. And I'm asking myself that question as well. But with all this having been said, like in the context of Bethesda's history, they look back at New Vegas in a very weird way. And I don't have any like clear clips. I've wanted to make like a highlight reel of all of this because it's like, there are clips of it, but they're very scattered and kind of hard to find. But whenever Todd Howard or anybody that's an old school member of Bethesda Game Studios is asked about Fallout New Vegas, they get really weird. They get super uncomfortable. They don't like talking about it. They don't like acknowledging it. And how I've phrased it before is that it reminds me of the reaction of like the older brother being asked all the questions about their way more successful younger brother. So like imagine there's two brothers. One went to college, did pretty well, maybe played high school football, but got a knee injury and had to stop playing. Never got to go play college football or be in the NFL or anything. So now he just works as like an accountant in Nebraska. Okay. It's a good life. Nothing to be ashamed about there. That's a good life. But his younger brother is like quarterback of the Seahawks or something, or quarterback of the Cowboys or something like that. And so then he has people constantly talking to him about his little brother and how amazingly talented your little brother is and how successful it is and how much everybody loves your little brother. And he's just here like, I'm just trying to live my life, dude. Can you leave me alone? Like, yeah, my brother's successful. Can you chill out? I don't want to hear about him 24 hours a day. And I think that that's Bethesda with New Vegas. Is they're like, we're making games. We're proud of the games we're making. Why do you have to constantly bring up what our like sibling Obsidian did years ago quickly? I know you guys love it so much, but can you just give us a little bit of love? You know, I think that's the thing that drives them most crazy, is that people really, really love New Vegas. And they still to this day refer to New Vegas as the best Fallout game ever made, which for Bethesda hurts because they've made two games with a lot more time involved, a lot more money involved, much bigger teams involved, and they apparently have not made the definitive Fallout game, which I think is pretty telling. And I would probably not have, I'd probably be a little bitter too if I had spent 15 years working with this franchise and then people are still like, no, but I love what those other guys did in 18 months, way more than anything you've done. Like, I get it, why they might be a little frustrated by that. But all of this to say, they don't love it. They don't love it. And New Vegas came at a time when Bethesda was not quite as overwhelmingly successful and industry leading as they became after 2011. And so the time came eventually where they didn't need to do those spin-off things anymore. And in fact, doing those spin-off games might actually hurt their overall standing in the industry, because if that game was not crazy good, it would reflect poorly on them. Just like to this day, people are constantly referring to like, what's a great example? I mean, people have been saying, and I see this in comments all the time, where they mix up Bethesda Softworks and Bethesda Game Studios. So they'll be like, okay, but we're all like saying that Bethesda is like such a great developer and they made Skyrim and everything. They also released Redfall. It's like, okay, it's under the same publisher, Bethesda Softworks, yes, but it's not the same studio. It's not the same team. Like they're different They're different things, but people just mix them up. And that's because when you're in those same adjacent groups, you're going to be lumped in together. It's just going to happen because of proximity. And so there are potential situations where doing a spin-off game like a New Vegas, if it's not received well, could actually reflect really negatively on your brand and your standing. Even though you didn't make it, you're not responsible for it being bad. It still reflects badly on you. All that said, it was recently revealed by ex-Obsidian Chief Creative Officer that if things had aligned a little differently, Elder Scrolls would have had its own rendition of Fallout New Vegas. This was claimed on Twitter by Chris Avellone, who left Obsidian in 2015. He stressed that he pitched various concepts to BGS for the Elder Scrolls, particularly spin-off titles that would fill the gap between games, much like New Vegas did between Fallout 3 and Fallout 4. Just like we were saying earlier with the MS Paint amazing, stunning demonstration that I did. Voila, filling in these gaps between 2008 and 2015. And then in this case, Elder Scrolls 5, 2011, all the way to what will probably end up being like, by the time we see it, it's probably like 2026 or 27 by the time we actually see it. So there, he was pitching a way for them to fill in the gap for fans that would want to try Elder Scrolls between those periods of time and are not interested in Fallout 76 for Fallout or in Elder Scrolls Online for Elder Scrolls, which honestly, a lot of the people that love Elder Scrolls or Fallout are just not interested in those MMO type games. So I think it would make sense. But specifically what he said is, this was in response to this, an article by 80 Level. According to Chris Avellone, Obsidian made multiple proposals to develop spin-offs for Fallout and Elder Scrolls, all of which were turned down by Bethesda. And then Chris replied, "This is true. One of Elder Scrolls' proposals, which I pitched, was intended to serve the same function as Fallout New Vegas did between Fallout 3 and 4 to provide more adventures in the setting during the years before the next Bethesda release," which I think just makes sense. Yeah, I think it just makes sense. He said that his plan would have seen Bethesda Game Studios release a core game, and the next release would be a spin-off Elder Scrolls title in the same world or divergent timeline/era. It seems like something that would be paying off in dividends right now, given that the last major Elder Scrolls title outside of ESO was Skyrim, which was released in 2011. Likely we won't see another The Elder Scrolls game for a while, either, as Bethesda recently admitted. It perhaps announced The Elder Scrolls 6 far too early. I mean, I think so too. I don't think they have like hardly anything created for it. I think they came up with like this little concept art and then they turned it into a quick little cinematic trailer and that's it. I don't think they had anything done. They probably don't even know what the player like is going to be, if the player is going to be freely selected or what. Like, I don't think they have any idea what the game is actually going to be like. But I mean, with all this, we can say it makes sense. You could have filled in the gaps. You could have made some extra money. You could have kept fans more engaged, because this is a long period of time. 16 years between releases is crazy. Not even because like the studio went belly up and so somebody lost access to the IP and so they couldn't make a sequel even if they wanted. There's nothing like that going on here. It's simply just that it's taken them that long to get back to it because their team isn't that big and they're not able to punt through the games fast enough. So it just takes 15 years. And soon it's going to be like a quarter century between some of these games, because games are only getting longer to make. I mean, Starfield, between their last main single player game in 2015, Starfield took 8 years. 8 years. Yes, they had Fallout 76 in addition. That was predominantly and largely headed up by by BGS Austin, but also apparently BGS Maryland spent a lot of time working on it as well, and that potentially diverted a lot of their attention. But still, I mean, you're talking between major entries and major single player games, which is allegedly their bread and butter, 8 years. That's a lot. That's a lot. So we're at the point where, you know, once they're rotating between Fallout, Elder Scrolls, and Starfield sequel, whenever that comes, you're probably looking at 16, 17, 18 years between some of these entries, if each of them are taking 6, 7, 8 years to come along, you know, barring any other potential issues or problems that they run into. It's crazy. It's crazy. But this is just what happens when these game dev cycles become so massive, and when you have a lot of IP to sift through and bounce around. I mean, you compare it to, again, like Oblivion in 2006. 2 years later, we get Fallout 3. 3 years later, we get Elder Scrolls 5. 4 years later, we get Fallout 4. Then we get Fallout 76, which we'll not talk about. And then all the way in 2023, we get Starfield. There we go. A solid 8 years later. So, you know, the trend is not looking great for them. But again, I mean, I think with all of this, it's like, what's the easier explanation? That Bethesda's really worried about brand security and quality and maintaining those high quality standards that they think they can provide, but Obsidian couldn't. Is that more likely, or is it more likely that they're just bitter over New Vegas and they don't want to do it? Based on the interviews I've seen, I think that they're probably just bitter. If you were really concerned with like fan service, I think that you probably would have allowed this type of thing to happen. More than anything, I think it's their baby and they just don't want to share it, which it's up to them. They don't have to share it. Just like everybody's saying, oh, give Bloodborne to like Bluepoint to make a sequel. It's like, it's not that simple. It just isn't. Like if it's their baby and they want to protect it and keep it in their house, they can do it. Like it's their prerogative. But I don't think there was ever a chance of this because, again, Bethesda's just really, really bitter about Fallout New Vegas. And it's plain to see whenever you look at those interviews, when they're asked about it, they do the little politician smile. We're really happy our fans like Fallout New Vegas so much. But you can tell. You can tell they're really bitter about it. So what are you going to do? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? But it's not a surprise, in my opinion. I think that this makes a lot of sense. And given their reactions previously, is just really funny. The big question is whether Phil Spencer is going to try and broker some sort of deal between these studios. Is he going to come along and try to connect the Fallout IP, maybe, with Obsidian? Now they're under the same corporate roof. He could do that. He could do that. There might have been contract negotiations. You know, there might have been things locked down where like Bethesda retained the rights to all of their IP within their wheelhouse, and Xbox can't just take those IP away. Maybe there's special stuff like that in the paperwork that complicates things. I doubt Xbox would have done that. I don't think they would have for 12 billion or whatever it was. So I don't think that they would do that. Or 7 billion. Frankly, I just don't see it. But with all of this, I mean, I do think that there is a real I think there's a chance. I think there's a chance that we see a sequel to New Vegas or a remake of New Vegas, or we see something in the Elder Scrolls franchise that's similar. Probably not anything, you know, within the next few years. I think we get Elder Scrolls 6 before that. But I would not be surprised at all if we see something Fallout related in the next couple of years coming from one of those Xbox teams, just because it makes too much sense to let that franchise, to not let that franchise sit on ice. Like they should do something with it. Just makes too much sense. Avowed, yeah, they'll get Avowed out the door. I don't think Avowed is going to be world shaking. I think it's going to be kind of like the Outer Wilds, or Outer Worlds rather, which they're also making a sequel for. But I think it's going to be something like that, where it's probably like really solid. The core fan base will love it. It'll do okay, but I don't think it's going to be like a cult classic or anything. They've struggled to land one of those in a while. Except, of course, the Stick of Truth. We all agree. Stick of Truth is stunning, brave, and beautiful, and a fantastic game for friends and family alike. So, anyway. All that to say, we'll see. But I think we probably see something like that come out in the next few years, because it just makes too much damn sense. Sure do. It sure doobity-doo. Okay. What do you think the game engine's going to be for Elder Scrolls 6? It's going to be the creation engine again. No, if they were getting rid of the creation engine, they would have said so already. It's going to be the creation engine. They'll probably call it the Creation Engine 3, and a bunch of dumbasses will be like, oh, it's like a new engine now all over again, and it's going to be the same BS. We're going to be making the same videos then that I was this past year. And you guys will be here and being like, oh, no, like, just like Luke said last time, It's just a marketing thing. It's just relabeling it. It's the same thing, just with some upgrades. But like, if you hate driving like Ford Pintos, and then they come out with the Ford Pinto 2, guess what? It's still a Ford Pinto. You're probably not going to like it. Okay? Like, it's not that complicated. But every time people are like, well, but it's a 2, so it's new now. No, dumbass. No, it's not. God damn it. I don't know. Supposedly they actually started hiring engine programmers after Starfield's failure, but I'll believe it when I see it. Well, they've been hiring those guys for years because they always are doing engine work. Like, even terrible engines require constant work. So like, I wouldn't say that means too much. Did you see that Glenn Schofield, the creator of the Callisto Protocol, is working on a new project? I honestly hope the best for him. I know Callisto Protocol is pretty mid, but he had some good ideas. Yeah, I think it's good that he's going and trying something else and working on some other projects. I think that's great. I wish him the best too. I thought Callisto Protocol was really, really cool in a lot of ways. I just thought other parts of it didn't really come together that well. And then the unfortunately, the big story I think with Callisto Protocol is that one guy in charge of compiling the final version of the game checked the wrong box, and that caused all of this drama about the game being a broken, buggy mess, having all the stuttering. Because I as I mentioned in my review, I played the game for a week before, maybe it was like 4 or 5 days. I don't remember exactly how long, but for days before the embargo lifted. The day of the embargo lift comes, and we're working on our video. But the day before, there's a patch. The patch comes out. It's like the day 1 patch or day 0 patch. And it fixes like almost all of the bugs and all the stuttering stuff that we had found. So I started cutting out all that stuff from the review last minute before we publish it. And then like 3 hours later, there's another patch that comes in, adds back in all of the stuttering and makes it worse. I'm like, bro, hours ago, this was way better. Hours ago. Doesn't make any sense. Yeah, the day before. Yeah. It's back. And then they issue another patch and like, so what it seems like happened, and Glenn Schofield talked about this on, I think, Twitter, is that they basically checked the wrong box when exporting the game for synchronizing it with Steam servers and everything for the updates. And they added back in a section or unchecked a box that would have added in the shader compilation thing. And so when the game launched, the wrong version of it launched, which is such a big oopsie, because they basically forgot to check the box to include the shader compilation in the build or whatever. And as a result, the game like ran like garbage. It still was, even after that patch that fixed the shader compilation stuff, it still had some problems. It still was super heavy. It still had some stuttering and stuff. So it wasn't like it fixed everything, but it made it run way better than it did. And, you know, it will not make a fine game or a mediocre game all of a sudden amazing, but that I think did not help it at all. I think that made it a lot worse. Yeah, some people were saying that the dodging mechanic was also like the worst that they had ever seen. And I thought that was like a ridiculous thing to say. I was like, I don't know. I played some terrible games. I don't think the dodging thing, because it's like a left to right dodge. I didn't think it was that bad. I thought it was a bummer there weren't more cool boss fights and encounters. But, you know, some people I think were a little hyperbolic with their complaints about it. But then again, I'm sure you could say all the same things about my reviews. So what are you going to do? Yeah, Rayombo, thank you for the $5 as well. Sorry, this was a while ago. We were doing the segments, so I was a little distracted. Did you see the audio dialogue story leaks for Suicide Squad? It looks awful and kind of ruins the Arkham quadrilogy story-wise. Curious any thoughts? Yeah, we talked about it at the top of the stream. So if you want to go back in the DVR thing and go through that, you'll see we have big text on screen saying that we're talking about spoilers, but my stance is that I'm not surprised at all. I'm not that offended by it. It's in the literal title of the video game. Like, why anybody is acting surprised by it, I'm really confused, because like it's in the name of the game. Like, if they called The Last of Us Part 2 Abby and Joel Golf Simulator, and then you find out what happens, I don't think anybody would be that shocked. Well, you shouldn't be shocked, but people would still throw a fit and be like, oh my God, can you believe what they did? I'm like, they basically told you what they were going to do. Like, what do you want? Like, what are we talking about? What are we doing? Yeah, I don't know, man. The Taji is literally Mike Tyson Punch Out. How dare you disrespect Mike Tyson Punch Out? Banned. No, I'm kidding. How dare you? The gall. Fantasy Files podcast. Thank you also for the 5. Merry Christmas, Luke. Hope you and your family are having a wonderful holiday season. Thank you for the fantastic content. Thank you. Thank you, my friend. Yeah, happy holidays to you too. Yeah, we're doing great. We're doing great. Am I a fan of Doctor Who? No, I don't have the strength for Doctor Who. I don't know how anyone does, frankly. And I've heard that the recent season or 2 or something is just like a total disaster. I don't know. Yeah. Bad dreams. Hey, Luke Lear, really enjoying the streams. Wish I could get my notifications every time. Oh, really? Is it not going off every time? Oh, that sucks. I mean, the one thing is that I try to schedule the events earlier on YouTube. So if you want to be on YouTube and listen, you can pop in there. But yeah, it's not, let's see, Dark Spider. It's not about what they did. It's how they did it that ruins the integrity of the Suicide Squad story. I don't know how it ruins the integrity though. Like you're talking about, hold on. Spoiler alert. I think that the way that they described it, and I'm going to be coy with this, I think the way that they're describing it is like precisely the way I would have expected Harley Quinn to do that type of thing. So I don't find it out of character for her. I don't find it out of character for the type of game that they're doing. I understand people might not like it, and that's okay. But like you guys know me, I've not exactly been the most ardent defender of Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League, but I think that there's a lot better reasons to be upset with Suicide Squad than this. I think that this is a pretty silly reason to be upset about the game. That's my opinion, at least. I know some people might be very upset by it, and I do agree that it's a really bad, like it's just a comically bad look for the send off for an iconic voice actor playing a character in this role. But as I mentioned earlier, I also fully expect them to do like time travel shenanigans or something where like they reset the timeline. I don't think that they're going to stick to it. I think they're going to pull some BS like that. That's my stance. That's my stance, at least. Anyway. Let's see. Tenacious, thank you. Hi, Luke. Do you think we'll get a sequel to Ghost of Tsushima? And if so, when and what would you like it to be like? Also, what does roguelike mean when it's referring to the new God of War DLC? Roguelike, so there's roguelike and roguelite. Apparently, they're 2 different terms because we had to Google this one time. What roguelite or roguelike games mean is that it's like the kind of thing where you go through the level, when you die, you reset fully. So it's like kind of like you're climbing a mountain and your goal is to get to the top of the mountain, and each level of the mountain are more difficult bosses and combat encounters. But along the way, you also get upgrades, new weapons, things that make it easier as you go up the mountain to complement it becoming more difficult. In roguelike games, every time you die, you go all the way down to the bottom of the mountain. Roguelite games, my understanding, is that they are the same thing, but there are elements that can be carried back with you to the bottom. So if it'd be like a roguelike game where all of the weaponry, those upgrades are lost when you die and reset, but there are some upgrades that perhaps you can purchase or acquire after beating certain checkpoints, so like big bosses on each level. Then, maybe a health upgrade or a permanent damage boost or something, and those are carried with you in subsequent runs up the mountain, even though you died. So roguelike apparently is the most hardcore. You die, you reset fully. Almost like think Pac-Man. If you die and then the arcade cabinet resets completely and you got to put new quarters in and you start from scratch with nothing. That, score at 000. That's what full on roguelike would be. Roguelite is that, but each time you reset, you might be able to carry forward some progress and some abilities and stuff. That's my understanding of the difference. So God of War Ragnarok Valhalla is roguelite. It has roguelike elements, but it also allows you to carry forward some stuff from run to run to run, which allows it to become theoretically easier and more doable the longer you play. Hopefully that makes sense. And if I got it wrong, somebody correct me. What keyboard do I use? This is a Q6 from Keychron. So Keychron Q6. This bad boy. Keychron Q6 QMK custom mechanical keyboard. And I use it with the Gateron G Pro Reds. Really nice. It weighs like 10 pounds, so just be ready for that. But yeah, they're very, very nice keyboards. I have one like this, but I accidentally ordered it in the European layout or whatever the other layout is. So I can't hardly type on it because the shift keys are the wrong size, and it's really funny. But yeah, they're very, very nice keyboards. Very nice keyboards. Do recommend. And you can take them out. Then, you know, if you want to order it bare bone and like you just get the plates, and if you want to go in and like custom lubricate the keycaps or the stabilizers, you can do that. So there's options. Ugh. Are you still using the BenQ monitor mentioned in the studio tour? It would have been the older studio tour because I did a recent one just like a couple weeks ago. That was more up to date in this studio, but right now the monitors I use are both LG. So I have an LG 48-inch OLED 4K in front of me, and then right here I have my LG 45-inch ultra wide, which is also OLED and is super sexy, super schmexy. So I'm an LG boy now. I'm sorry. LG's been good to us. LG's been very good to us. Shout out to LG. Life is good. Life is good, boys. Hello? Oh, family's here. Oh, hello. Oh, you got a haircut. Surprise. Oh, wow. You got a balloon and a haircut. Can you say hi, everybody?
Hi, everybody.
Hi, everybody. This is Lachlan James. Look at that. I didn't realize how long it was until it's cut. That's funny.
She's like, you really want it that short? And I said, I'm not coming back for a while.
Yeah. Hi, everybody.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, everybody. Yeah? Oh, I like your balloon. Did you get a haircut? No. You're just a baby.
Haircut.
Yeah.
The video.
Yeah.
With the ball.
Yeah.
It's a ball.
Yeah, it's a balloon.
It's a ball.
It's like a ball, yeah. Are you feeling better? He's a little grumpy this morning.
That's the balloon.
It's a balloon. Yeah. Hi.
It's the moon.
Yeah. Well, you look so handsome.
The beat of the moon.
Yeah. Can you say, I look handsome?
I like him.
I look handsome.
That's it.
Yeah.
The whole way down the stairs, he's practicing, surprise, Dada.
Surprise,
Surprise,
Daddy.
Dada.
That's awesome. Yeah, I will talk to my barber. Why don't I get a balloon?
He said, I got a balloon and a lollipop.
They gave you a lollipop?
Laptop.
Wow, that's awesome. Hi. Are you jealous? Did you want a haircut?
He drank out of brother's water the whole time.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow. Oh, do you see this?
He really liked it, so I might get him a water cup.
Oh, good. Hi. You're getting so big. He's 6 months old. What happened? What happened? He's so old. So big. Oh.
Dada.
Yeah? Do you like the Lego?
Exactly a year ago, we told all our family that you were coming.
Yeah. Look at you. Now he's a big boy.
All right, family, upstairs. We love you.
Okay, I love you. I see you in a little bit.
We're gonna go eat some lunch.
Oh, yummy.
Then maybe play out back before nap time. You don't want to go play outside?
Okay.
Yeah, I thought so. So let's go
You can
eat
go
some
upstairs,
lunch.
play outside.
Yeah, we're gonna go eat some lunch.
I'll
and
see you in
play
just a
outside.
little bit, okay?
You say, I love you, Dad. We'll see you in a little bit. gotta make the big money so that we can have coffee.
Yeah, I gotta earn that coffee money. Yeah. I love you. Okay, I've seen a little bit.
Okay, honey.
It's okay. He's a good fella. He's a good fella. And so handsome too. So handsome too. That haircut though. When's the third kid coming? Oh, calm down, Fumble. Calm down, Fumble. Chill out. I think we're good for a minute. Good for a minute. We'll take a breather. We'll calm down. Relax a little, okay? Let's not get ahead of ourselves. New segment haircut. Nikki finally. So like Nikki has previously been like, oh, I like when your hair's long, Luke. You should just let it grow. So I was like, okay, I can do that. And now that it's like really shaggy, I mean, very shaggy. She's like, you know, I think you could probably go get a haircut. I'm like, so I feel lied to. Because I'm like, this is the best it'll get for a while. If you want me to actually grow my hair out, it's going to be real homeless looking for a while before it becomes like, ooh, long hair. You know, it's a lot. Yeah. It's like another full year of shaggy homeless hair before it starts to look like you meant to do something. And, so I'm like, it's going to take a bit. So she's funny. Have we gotten over our fear of leeches? Fear of leeches. Is that a reference to something? Or when I was talking, maybe I talked about the time we were in Minnesota fishing and then grandma or great grandma. Well, I guess she's grandma. Anyway, she was like putting leeches on the fish. I don't know. I still don't like leeches. Leeches can go die. I don't care. Leeches suck. I don't know if I have a fear of leeches. I just find them freaking gross and disgusting. You know, Walter White cut. Okay, Jacob's in chat right now. He's hanging out here. I started a run of Baldur's Gate 3 last night with Jacob and Nikki. You want to guess what Jacob modeled his character after? You want to guess? He modeled his entire character. And his character's name is Walter Hartwell White. And his whole character is like a dwarf or a half human, half dwarf, whatever it is. And is looks just like Walter White. And the whole time is like, Jesse. Everything he does. Jesse. We have to save the tieflings, Jesse. Oh, he's a halfling. Okay. Yeah, it was pretty great. No, I've not pulled up the Digital Foundry video just yet. I do have it pulled up though. We just haven't watched it yet. We can do that here in a second. Let's see. Will, Luke, do you know about the false accusations Chris Avellone suffered from that caused his writing and contributions to be removed from Dying Light 2 and the game to be delayed by a year? I vaguely remember hearing them. I'm pretty sure he was vindicated. All the like everything was dropped and he like threatened to countersuit or something, and then all of a sudden the accusation stopped because they're like, oh wait, there's gonna be a counter lawsuit. I can't just say stuff. So they bailed. And like I won't go into specifics, of course, out of respect for privacy, but like I have a very close friend who suffered under false accusations, like demonstrably and provably false accusations at the height of like the Me Too movement, and almost like ruined his life, which this person was basically trying to do in exchange for like some attention from friends and people in her life. And I think it's horrifying that people can do that, and that the assumption is that you just go with the accusation before any due process. Like if they're guilty of it, then prove it and run them across the coals. I will not feel bad for them if what they did was proven true. But you can't just like ruin somebody's life over something somebody said, especially when they're in like a public position and people know who they are. Like, you just can't do that. It just doesn't work. Society doesn't function once you start just like publicly executing anybody accused of anything. It's just the French Revolution all over again, where just he's a sympathizer. He's part of the bourgeoisie. And so, okay, cut his head off. Whatever. Who cares? Yeah, just add him to the list for today. We've got room. Like, you can't do that. You can't do that. So yeah, it's just unfortunate that that type of thing can happen. Of course, a lot of time, like the Bill Cosby thing, I think Bill Cosby got off, didn't he? Didn't he get out on a technicality or something? Like, Bill Cosby, like, almost certainly did that stuff. Like, he was found guilty. There's a lot of evidence. Like, Bill Cosby almost certainly did all that stuff, but he got out on like a technicality or something. And I think that stuff is a travesty as well. Like, that's outrageous. But there's also been occasions where somebody, like, you know, the Johnny Depp thing is another example where, like, clearly Amber Turd is like crazy, like wildly crazy. And but I had friends that, like, one night I said, like, offhandedly in college, like, yeah, I think I'm gonna watch Pirates of the Caribbean tonight, it just sounds good. And somebody called me a sexist bigot because I wanted to watch Pirates of the Caribbean and it had Johnny Depp in it. It's like, what are we doing? Are we okay? What are we doing? What are we doing now? Like, what are we doing? It's like, if we're at this point, I can't even watch Pirates of the Caribbean because Amber Heard said something that hasn't been demonstrated and was eventually proven, like, that she intentionally lied about it. Because that's the whole point of defamation, is that you have to prove, which they did in court, that they knowingly lied. And they proved that in court. So they proved that she knowingly lied about all the stuff she said about him. And she didn't care. But people tried to, like, ruin his entire life over it. It's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, that person was not your friend. Yeah, well, I haven't spoken to those people in a long time. And what's really funny is those people that are like that toxic, all of their lives are like total disasters right now. They have nothing going on. And it's like, yeah, because you are so tied up in just being as miserable as you can be. Of course, you've never made any progress in life. Like, you got to find a way to function. We can all fight for good causes with each other, but when your whole life is based around just being as upset as possible over every little bitty thing, you're going to be miserable. Like, you just will be. Oh yeah, that's a good point. So on the flip side, if I watch Aquaman now with Amber Heard in it, am I then therefore an abuser as well? Or like an abuse sympathizer? It just doesn't make sense. Yeah, it's college, so I guess what should I expect? I shouldn't expect too much. Let's do this. Let's talk about a controversial thing. Just kidding, it's not that controversial. So, sorry, Jacob. New segment. A story broke just a few short days ago where rumors were circulating that PlayStation had introduced a new series of terms of service, which these types of things go out all the time. I mean, you get notifications for them all the time, where it basically just changes the rules for engagement. So if you do certain things, the company can, like, terminate your account or can kick you to the curb, or they could, you know, they have access to all of your information when you do this, this, and this, and, you know, consent to these things. It sets the rules of engagement. And when you agree to those terms of service, you therefore have to abide by those things. Like, that's you're agreeing to it. It's why it's always so silly to me when people are like, I agreed to the terms of service in, like, I don't know, Fortnite, and then I was super toxic and I did all this crazy stuff and then I got my account banned. What happened to freedom of speech? I'm like, bro, You broke the terms of service. It's not that complicated. We looked at it on stream on Friday, that one Dota 2 player that was so insane that he was incredibly, incredibly toxic. And so they decided to ban him by giving him a Christmas gift for free on his account. And he opened it and it was a lump of coal. And then it just said, you're banned. And then he was banned permanently. Like, that is awesome, and I love that dearly. But that's what happens when you break terms of service. They set the rules of engagement, and if you break it, the company can do pretty much whatever they want because you kind of forfeit your right to participating in that service. So what happened is that these terms of service things that were leaked was the quote unquote news first originated from YouTuber RGT85 earlier in the day, and it was subsequently reposted by multiple Twitter accounts. So what they said was, seeing this PlayStation licensing agreement forbidding the resale of physical games that you own pop up again. No one complies with this, and it is unrealistic to think anyone would. Basically, they pulled out a specific segment of the terms of service that said you must not resell either disc-based games or digital games unless expressly authorized by us, and if the publisher is another company, additionally by the publisher. And people are like, oh my God, it's Sony coming along saying that you can't sell your physical games to your friends. And if you do, they could even come in and like ban you, ban your account. You lose all your digital purchases, all this. So naturally people got into a bit of a tizzy because it sounds horrifying, right? Following this frenzy, Insider Gaming published an article on the news, and after a few minutes of our post being live, the community revealed that this isn't a new term at all. Insider Gaming promptly removed the post and is now clarifying the news for our readers and the gaming community. You gotta love that they're clarifying and following this up. This is one of the reasons I love Insider Gaming, because they do just like, it's accurate reporting as far as I've ever seen. And when they get something wrong, they address it directly and try to fix it. And I find that so refreshing. Although this is a real term, it's not new. The term under 7.1 of PlayStation's terms of service reads blah, 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 what I just said. It's a term that circulated in the gaming community over a decade ago when it was updated for the PlayStation 4, which back then prompted PlayStation's Shuhei Yoshida to state that you can sell or share your disc PS4 products despite the clause in the TOS. This is a post from November 11th of 2013 from Shuhei, where he says, if you are concerned about our new European TOS, we confirm that you are able to sell or share your disc PS4 products, including in the EU. As far as we're aware, the clause hasn't been changed or altered since its introduction 10 years ago. More than that, this is a clause that's been in effect in some form of variation since the PS1. One Twitter user named Where Is Aaron posted this picture, which is pretty much the same as the updated clause. Right here, trademark, blah, 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 terms of this product are prohibited. So same exact thing. And this is on, a copy of a PS1 game. So no, you're not banned from selling your physical PS5 games. These types of TOS things are often placed in there for very specific niche reasons and are rarely enforced. So this verbiage would make it so like if somebody were hypothetically like creating a farm where they were buying keys of games or copies of games and then reselling them through secondhand websites en masse and taking advantage of the arbitrage between different regions or this or that, and basically just kind of playing the system and breaking it for personal enrichment. If you were doing that, they could terminate those accounts and ban you, pointing to this clause, because it gives them that thing they can point to. This is the rule you broke that you agreed to follow, and you broke it, so therefore you're gone. And that's their right to do. And if you tried to sue them, they could just be like, no, see, they broke this rule. That's that. Easy peasy. Doesn't mean that they enforce this clearly across the board for everybody. It just means that if they need to get rid of somebody, they can find this thing in the list of excuses basically for why to get rid of somebody and point to it as the reason to get rid of them. So yeah, it's loss prevention wording basically. And we've seen this a lot with TOS where it basically just, imagine like, I don't know if you own like a gun or if you've ever been hunting or target shooting or something, but when they give you like the box or the tray with all the ammunition in it, and it's just like bullets after bullets after bullets in all these rows, just tons of them. Each one of these little bullets is like a different section in the TOS, and they all are for very specific uses. And you can only use one, like you can only shoot the target with the appropriate bullet for the right situation, for the right circumstance. And in this case, the TOS are just designed to create a huge list of potential things that they could use to get rid of you if you're doing something that they don't like. Selling physical copies of games for them, of course, in a perfect world, I think they would, of course, prefer you not to do that. They'd rather you just buy new games every single time because they make more money on that. But the potential, like, downside, the externalities of that decision to fully ban, like, resold physical copies would be so overwhelmingly negative that it would be like instant console war suicide. Like instantly you're screwed. Instantly. Easy ammunition against everybody to just be like, oh no, I don't want a PlayStation 5. They don't allow you to sell physical games. That's crazy. I'm not doing that. I'll go buy an Xbox. I think immediately people would start to flip. So I don't think they would be so stupid as to enforce something like that. And as they pointed out, this has been around since the PS1 era, at least, and they've never enforced it. In fact, they've actively encouraged you to not do this, even back, in 2013. If you remember, there was the whole drama with the Xbox One not allowing you to play basically secondhand games. That was a whole thing during the PS or Xbox One era that they didn't want you to do. And so, what PlayStation did was classic. And if you're younger and you don't remember this, I'm about to rock your world because this is crazy. If you just look up on YouTube how to share a PS4 game with a friend. Okay. One of the top videos, official PlayStation used game instructional video. Okay. This was their response to Microsoft not allowing you to play secondhand games. It's 22 seconds long. Let's check out the official tutorial.
This is how you share your games on PS4.
Thanks.
That's the whole thing. And that was like an official PlayStation video 10 years ago. Savage, but it proved the point of just how ridiculous it was to not allow like secondhand game sales and participation. But during this video, while this video was being made and shared and distributed, that rule for not allowing you to resell your secondhand games or your physical games, that rule was still on the books with PlayStation. And clearly their official stance was not to enforce it. So all of this seems to be a bit of a nothing burger. It's just somebody found something in the TOS that they thought was new that they had snuck in, and it turns out that it was not actually new and it's been there forever. And it's basically just used in very, very niche situations. But it's just crazy. It's crazy. it's wild. Yeah. So anyway, it's funny. It's funny. So all of it's to say, crisis averted. I don't think we need to stress too much about all of this crap. It just seems like this was something people kind of jumped on because it sounded really, really bad. But once we actually look into it, it's really not really that big of a deal. Yeah, the internet loves nothing burgers. Yeah, unfortunately, though, people are still going to be referencing this in like 2 years. Well, you heard that PlayStation doesn't actually allow you to sell physical games. It's like, bro, that was like, oh my God. But that's the thing. It's really easy to quickly let something like this out and for it to spread wildly very quickly. It's really hard to walk that back and keep it or correct it rather. It's very hard to unring the bell. Dare I say impossible. Let's see. Arno, in Brazil, people made games sharing a business. They sell games cheaper with that method. A lot of room for scams, but people still buy it. Oh, interesting. Well, especially Brazil has, I've heard the stories of what like the crazy price markups are like in Brazil. It's wild. Like a 10 times markup just because it crosses the border. It's crazy what people in Brazil have to deal with. Specifically with video games, like media, everything is just, I don't know if it's a currency issue, if it's a tariff import issue. I don't know what it is, but yeah, it's all madness. Exiled, good to see you, my friend. On the internet working on a video and Luke streams popped up around. Well, do what you got to do, my friend. I'm glad you popped in. Yeah, is it just taxes? I don't know. It's just wild. It's crazy. I've heard people like trying to like buy stuff and ship it back. I never had to deal with it, but when I was at Best Buy, there was like I worked there at the time that the Spider-Man PS4, the original Spider-Man for PS4 game came out, and they had all those limited edition Spider-Man PS4 bundles, like the PS4 bundles that had the cool red look to them. Let's see, Spider-Man PS4. It was the console though. Dude, yeah, this. It's like this one. I was working there when this thing was being sold, and there, like, I didn't have to deal with it, but there were people that were coming in apparently, and my buddy had to help, or got to help. I don't know how you want to say it, but he was working with one of them, and the guy tried to buy it and then set it for delivery and then give him a Brazilian delivery address because he wanted just to mail it straight to Brazil to like his family or his brother or something. And of course we couldn't do that. And so there was a lot of drama around that. The guy like kind of had a meltdown and freaked out. It was like a whole thing, but I felt bad because the poor guy, like, he's just doing his job. He's just trying to sell a console that he doesn't get any cut of. He's just trying to do his job, but that guy freaked out on him. It's like, no, you put the address in and then you ship it. That's all you have to do. And he's like, I cannot though. Like, if it doesn't let me put that address in, it means it's not allowed to ship there. There's probably regulatory things. There's probably legal things that prevent it from going there, but I can't just magically force it to ship to Brazil. Like, I can't stop you from buying this and then going to DHL and shipping it yourself. But your shipping's probably going to be like $200, and then they're going to open it up, see that that's what it is, and you're probably going to be hit with like tariffs or whatever stuff at customs. Like, it's not that simple, man. It's just not that simple. Tried so hard to get that, got scalped so fast. Oh, really? Really? Okay. You know what I want to do real quick? This is like not super related to what we're doing, but I do want to know. This is completely anonymous. I can't see your names or usernames, so you can answer totally honestly. But what I want to know, have you, oh my God, I can't type, ever bought something, I'm going to go more than $100 from a scalper? I want to know. Because there were a lot of people buying PS5s from scalpers, but everybody I talked to was like, no, I've never done it. I did have one friend that did openly admit that he did it. And then he got access to a PS5 and then he bought it and sold it like a scalper. I made fun of him a lot. Sure did. But have you ever bought something more than $100 from a scalper? Let's do this. Create poll. And then I'm going to share it with you. Okay. I just want to know. It's completely anonymous. No one will know. But I want to know if any of you have ever done it. 100% of you. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Okay. 6, 7, 8, 10. Interesting. Mortal Kombat 1 early count. Great game, but incomplete and full of microtransactions. From a scalper. I see what you did there. That's funny. Let's see. I totally answered that poll except for the fact that I thought a scalper was a barber, and now I feel dumb. That's awesome. Yeah, I guess for clarity's sake, scalper meaning somebody that bought it at MSRP, at the market suggested retail price, and then flipped it on you for more. That's crazy. Okay. I mean, honestly, 17, 18% of you, 17, 18%, you know, Damn, y'all paid for overpriced PS5 that had no games. I think fear of missing out is a big thing. I think that's a big thing. So I've seen that. It's also like, it's also tricky because there was like, I don't know if he's watching this, so I'm not going to be too specific. But basically, there was something that like a friend of mine wanted for, like it was like Christmas or a birthday or whatever it was. He wanted something, and I'd heard that he had wanted this thing, but it was like impossible to find. It wasn't very expensive. Like it was probably a $60, $70 thing. So it's not like we're talking hundreds and hundreds of dollars, but it was like a $60, $70 thing, but it was unfindable. Like you could not get it anywhere. And I went on eBay and I found somebody that had it and was selling it for $100. And for me, the way I processed it is that I was like, I'm not paying him for like the scalping. I would be paying him for the access. Like it's $30 extra, $30 more than it should be. But that $70 price that it normally would be doesn't really matter right now because you can't get it. And in this case, I was kind of hard pressed because it was for like a birthday thing. So like I had to get it in a quick time frame if I wanted it at all. So that's how I rationalized it in my mind. And in hindsight, I'm like, I could have just done whatever else. I could have done something else. But I think that's how people get it justified, is that they look at it and they're like, yes, like the PS5 is only $500, but this guy's selling it for $1,200. I really want it now in 2020 or whenever it would have been. So they're like, I really want it now, but I can't just get it anywhere. So if I want it now, I'm just paying like a higher MSRP for the access to get it. So really, I'm not paying a scalper. I'm just paying for access. You know, I think that's how people justify it. It's that they just go through the loop of, well, this is actually just business. You know, you're just paying for more access to the thing that's hard to find, you know. Had to buy a 3080 during the GPU shortage via crypto boom. Oh, dude, I had to build a PC during the crypto boom. That was a nightmare. Dude, it was a nightmare. That crypto boom was insanity. It was so stupid. I'm glad that all died out. Because it's just... I still remember there was a guy that came into Best Buy one day, and he wanted to know how many gaming computers we had in stock. And I just showed him, like, they were the iBuyPower, like, pre-built things. And they had like, I don't know what it was at the time, maybe like 2060s or 2070s in them, whatever was back in like 2018. So like they weren't crazy powerful, but they were good, like mid-level, probably machines, not top of the line, but like good mid-level, higher end machines. And he was like, honestly, I'm only interested in them for the GPUs. I'm just gonna buy them, open the box, and then take out the GPU and put them in my mining farm. And at the time I was like, what is a mining farm? And this dude for like half an hour, I didn't realize what I was getting into, for like half an hour just ranted at me about the genius of crypto and how amazing it was and how much money he was going to make. And he's like, yeah, based on these current trajectories, I'm going to be worth about $500 million in about, you know, a year. So I'm on my way, man. I'm on my way. You should get into it too. You should get into it too. I doubt he's making a lot of money now. Do you guys remember this guy? It might have actually been, I think it was. I remember him talking about a service that he was getting on. And it ended up sounding a lot like BitConnect, which if you don't know BitConnect ended up being a total scam. Where the founders and majority shareholders and everything just disappeared. They just took the money and ran, like hundreds of millions of dollars. I don't know if they ever ended up going to jail or anything. I hope they did, but it was just a big scam. But this guy, Carlos Matos from New York, went and spoke at a BitConnect event, and you might recognize this as going viral.
Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. What's up, BitConnect? Whoa, what's up? No. BitConnect!
happened there. So, so BitConnect was like it was a whole thing. It was a whole thing. But basically, I think it was like a platform for something. What was it? It was like BitConnect. Let's see. It was an open source cryptocurrency. Okay, so it was BCC. It was an actual cryptocurrency itself, is what they're saying. Okay. And it was connected with a high yield investment program, a type of Ponzi scheme. After the platform administrators closed the earning platform on January 16th of 2018 and refunded the users' investments in BCC following a 92% coin value crash, confidence was lost in the value of the coin and it plummeted to below $1 from a previous high of nearly 525. Wow. Yeah. On January 31st, a temporary restraining order froze BitConnect's assets, expiring on February 13th. However, BitConnect as an entity never actually existed, so it's unclear what assets BitConnect has or ever had. An alleged India region leader, one level below the founder of BitConnect, Divyesh Darji, was arrested in Delhi, India on August 18th of 2018. It's expected that Darji is connected with well-known criminal entities involved in laundering so-called black money after the Indian government's demonetization of the rupee. In 2019, he was arrested and released on bail in connection with a similar scam called Regal Coin. He did it again. So, like... shocker. I mean, random cryptocurrency you've never heard of is involved with money laundering and scams and like washing black money and stuff. It's just crazy. But like this was a big thing where a lot of these people probably held a lot of it. And when it shot up to $500 a coin, they're probably very wealthy. They probably right now, this guy might have been worth like tens of millions of dollars on paper. But here's the thing. Like we saw this with Boogie. Boogie on paper at one time was worth probably about $1 million. He had about 800,000 in cryptocurrency value, and then about 200,000 in his mortgage in terms of equity, however other much cash and assets. So he probably was a millionaire in terms of equity. And he felt like a millionaire. I mean, he felt like it, acted like it, and was very, very happy, of course, but he didn't sell. He didn't liquidate. He held on to it too long, and then it plummeted and it dropped. And so now he's almost broke. Almost. Boogie's not broke, even though he'll tell you he's broke. He's not broke, demonstrably by his own admittance. He just doesn't understand his own finances well enough to understand he's not broke. Like he doesn't have any money. He should not be spending money like he has money, but he has like hundreds of thousands, probably $200,000 worth of equity in his home if he were to just sell it, but he doesn't want to sell it because it's Boogie. So anyway, but this is a classic. BitConnect. So whenever we see something that seems kind of scummy or like a scam, I want us all in chat to scream BitConnect in the chat. Okay. So from now on, if I'm like, ooh, the day before, I think that was a scam, I just want BitConnect all in the chat. Okay. That's the rule. And anybody who is not here today during this stream will be very confused, and it'll be our little secret. And when people are like, Luke, what the hell is BitConnect? I'm just gonna be like, oh yes, you just had to be there. Okay. So it'll be our little secret. Okay. Just like the Grandma Sue thing. Like people ask me all the time, Luke, is that a real human skull? And I just go, yeah, that's Grandma Sue. And then we just move on. We just don't address it. And people might think that it's a real human skull or it's my actual grandma, and we just don't acknowledge it. And when you guys too, when people come in and ask, is that a real skull? Play along with me and just be like, yeah, no, that's Grandma Sue. He's been very open with it. I mean, okay. It's just, I think it's going to be funny. Where did I get these glasses? These glasses are just from the eye doctor. They were covered by my insurance, so I don't even remember. Ooh, they're Armani. The best glasses I've ever owned, though. The best glasses I've ever owned. My old ones, the ones I had before, they aren't my prescription anymore, so I have to get new ones. Maybe they can reuse the frames. I don't know. But the best glasses I ever bought were Moscot. This is like an eyewear shop. family-owned shop in New York City. But these are the glasses that like you've probably seen Johnny Depp wear, or Jeff Goldblum. Glasses, like they're very well-known glasses. Just they're a very solid brand. Like all of these glasses he's wearing, these are all Moscot. Okay, like every single one of these pairs. Every single one. Okay, they're very, very comfortable frames. They are built super sturdy. They have really strong metal inside them to actually keep their shape and everything. They're super robust and sturdy. I freaking love them. So highly, highly recommend. The other one is Jeff Goldblum. Yeah, this is like the exact pair I had before with the clear underside. Yeah. Yeah, so I love Moscot. I have to order another pair because my prescription changed. But Moscot, those are the way to go. Tell you what. Tell you what, right here, right now. Glasses, find a way. Luke, ever since you mentioned Caleb Hammer, I haven't stopped watching his videos. Yeah, they're very fun. They're very satisfying. And it's entertaining in the same way that reality TV is entertaining. But it's also educational because you learn stuff about it, you know, about finance and how to properly do things. That's what I really like about it. Let me catch up on all this stuff because we did a couple of long segments that ate up a bunch of time. So let me catch up on these real quick. Let's see. Imleand, I think. I'm Leand. I'm not sure. Thank you for subbing with Prime over on Twitch. Appreciate you, my friend. Appreciate you. Sean, thank you for 10 months of support. I lost a friend to crypto. It became his whole personality. He's broke now. Yeah, it's just, I think the problem was people thought, and the scammers reinforced the idea that crypto was an investment, and crypto is not an investment. Crypto is speculation. Just like, you know, buying call options or puts and stuff. It's glorified gambling. It only makes money if this certain percentage chance occurs. There's very little like factual basis to it. Investing is like what Warren Buffett or Benjamin Graham and those guys would do, where they evaluate a company, its robustness, its profitability metrics, all of the data associated with that business, and then they buy a share of the business and they're happy with it. And then over time it grows and does better because it was always going to based on those stats. Speculation is not investing, but people have been lied to think that it is, and so they put all this money into crypto thinking that they're investing like Jeff Bezos basically, and then they're shocked when it goes to zero because it was never actually investing. It was just gambling. It's really tragic. It's too bad. Lucas, thank you. How long until Starfield becomes underrated? I mean, in the history of gaming, Starfield always, or all games that end up being considered underrated, it's usually because there's something else that comes along that's trying to do something similar to it that does it way worse, that makes you appreciate it more, you know? So in the context of like Fallout 4, a lot of people fell back in love with Fallout 4 and said Fallout 4 was underrated after they got Fallout 76, which was way worse. And so they're like, actually, I miss Fallout 4, you know? So I think when something comes along to make it look better by comparison, in contrast, probably will get some love. If there's another like space sim like game, space adventure game that comes out that's like kind of crappy, it's gonna make Starfield look really good. But the biggest problem for Starfield right now is just that the core fan base, they got burnt because they were too hyped and they thought it was going to be some magical experience that was going to be on par with other technological marvels of 2023, and it just was never going to be that, considering it's the creation engine. So I think that they were disappointed, and it's really hard to win back spurned lovers and fans who were overhyped, and it takes time. So I think like the soonest you could see people really see a huge shift in Starfield opinion is either if they drop like a huge update that has transformational changes, like streamlining load screens, maybe even just with like cover displays. So like you load from planet surface to space to orbit, and instead of a load screen, they do some sort of cool little animation thing that flashes on the screen like a warp effect, and then you warp to outside the atmosphere. Something like that, I think, would win over a lot of people. It just help them stay immersed. Stuff like that, I think adding in vehicles and rovers, perhaps increasing the size of each fishbowl that you land in to the point where using vehicles and rovers is not going to lead to you running out of stuff to encounter too quickly. Streamlining the UI, stuff like that, quality of life improvements will help a lot. And I'm sure in a year or two, people are going to be like, oh, Starfield's really good now. I'm sure that's going to be a thing. And maybe it will be really good then. My stance with Starfield, just like I said in my review, is that I think it is like your standard 7 out of 10 game. It's fine. It's a good game. Parts of it, I think, are the best game that Bethesda's ever made. Other parts are precisely in line with what Bethesda has made for decades, and that's the problem, is that it's the same kind of thing where they launch a kind of buggy and technologically out-of-date game and then expect everybody to pay the same amount as all of these other technical marvels, or invest the same amount of time. And it being on Game Pass helps the argument a lot, but it doesn't help with the hype and the disappointment people felt, So, but I mean, as we talked about on that TikTok that we put up the other day, the biggest difficulty and hurdle for Bethesda right now is overcoming the fans that were spurned, just because they have their modding community that is amazing, an amazing modding community. And their modders have decided to walk away from like adding Starfield Together, which is the mod that would have allowed co-op gameplay. The modders have walked away from it because they find Starfield too boring to work on. Like, you can't make this stuff up. But because of that issue, like, they are fighting an uphill battle where they normally have to depend on modders to kind of fill in the gaps a lot. And a lot of their modders are walking away because they would just rather work on Skyrim some more or work on Fallout 4 or other games. So that's the difficulty for them. And it's just going to take a while to win them back over. But that's why I've said, like, we have to be very clear with Bethesda and with these studios when we are disappointed by something, when we're frustrated by it. Because lying to them or pretending that there aren't problems when there clearly are doesn't help anything. It just doesn't help anything. You have to, I think you really do have to be honest and legitimate, and they have to be honest and accept it. That's why people, like, that's why that story of those Starfield Steam reviews being responded to by ChatGPT responses, that's why that was such a big story and people lost their minds over it. And we're like, this is another example of Bethesda being so out of touch. It's because that reflects, again, that they aren't taking the criticism very seriously. They said, well, you were bored when you went to planets, but do you realize the astronauts weren't bored when they went to space? That's not a response to the criticism. We're talking about a video game right now, right? Like, what are you doing? And so I just think that there's constructive criticism that needs to occur. And then also there has to be constructive acknowledgement of those critiques and then working to improve that. And hopefully that's what's going to happen. That's my hope. Any comments on the Completionist Foundation drama? I'll be honest, I have not watched. Like, I've seen a couple of clips of the videos from Muda and Carl, and then the response video that Gerard put up. I will not pretend to be well versed in it. I don't really know all the details of what's going on. My understanding, though, is that he took in like 600,000 in donations and then just sat on it for years and didn't donate it. I'm more than anything just confused why he didn't donate the money. My instinct is like, why would you hold on to cash instead of donating it? Maybe because you're using that cash to get collateral for loans. So you're taking out loans with that money backed as collateral, and then you're using that money to live off of or to do other charitable work or something. I feel like if that were the case, that probably would have broken out and that part of the story would have come out. Because I just don't know why you sit on 600 grand on cash. Because the accusation is not that he spent the money. That would be a whole nother level of scumbaggery. The money's all accounted for. It's just been sitting on an account unspent for the charity that they were raised for, which is really strange. And the only thing I can think of that would have led that is either just such laziness that they didn't want to spend the money or donate the money to the charities that would have used it, or they were using it to get more money to like live off of or pay salaries, which would basically be, you know, kickback or something like that. I don't know. The whole thing is just really, really strange. It was centered around his mom. It probably became linked to trauma, and he fell into pushing off finding what he considered a perfect place to send it. Well, and if that's what it is, and it is just honestly that he was just like, I'll get around to sending it. Okay, I just don't know how that happens for years and years. Like, and there were a lot of statements he made time and again, where like he was saying stuff like that he, like they were one of the biggest contributors to this foundation and they were one of the biggest fundraisers for this group, implying that they were actively sending money when they had never sent any money. So he knew what he was doing. He knew that he was implying that the money was going out, but he wasn't. So at the very least, he wasn't being clear with it. Yeah, it looks like complacency mixed with laziness, not really ill intent. Well, that's the thing is if they were like some people were saying, I think he paid himself out of the account. My understanding, maybe I'm wrong, but my understanding is that the money is all accounted for. It just didn't go anywhere. So it's not like he was paying himself a salary out of it. Plus $600K is not that much money for somebody to live off of for like 4, 5, 6 years. When you have tons of employees, which apparently he has or did. Like he had a lot of expenses coming in. So I don't think that would have been that much money for him as a really established, you know, million-plus sub YouTuber. Oh, Graham, if that's true, if there's loads of missing money, then yeah, that's a problem. Red flag, red flag, red flag. That's a problem. Okay, if that's the case, if there is money missing, then yeah, we've got a big problem. And that's a problem. That's a concern. Okay, let's make some calls. Thank you. Back to his remembered. Yeah, Beat Connect. Yeah, that's very concerning. If there's money from like charitable events that's just gone, yeah, that I'd want to see handled by some like actual, not that Muda and Carl didn't do a good job, but I'd like to see that handled by like official investigators, because that's out of the realm of like this was maybe just negligence and laziness and then like depression and stuff. That gets into the realm of like, nope. I think we're talking about you like taking money and then spending it on yourself or something. Like it was, that's bad. That's bad. Beat Connect. Let's see. Anyway, refresh, guys. Oh, was it buffering? Okay, good. Weird. Yeah, I saw the buffering on my screen too, but I don't have any missed frames or anything, so I don't know what that was. Okay. Also, real quick, I'm sorry everybody that I've been so slow on the super chats and stuff today. I see one super chat and then I end up talking about it for like half an hour and I just get distracted. Mark Coakley, thank you for the first time super chat here. Thank you, my friend. Sorry that it was like almost an hour ago. I'm very scatterbrained. First time super chatter here. Just want to say I love your content and glad to be a part of this community. Thank you, Mark. Appreciate you, my friend. I'm glad you're here too. Yeah, that would classify as embezzlement, I think. Yeah, no, if you're doing like already, if he was taking like the $600K and then using that as collateral for loans to pay himself with, that already is super scummy. A lot of charities apparently do that, is my understanding. But because like they take donations in and they're sitting on the money, and before they spend it, they don't want it just sitting there. If they can use that money to make more money to help the charity, they'll do that. So I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with that as long as it's disclosed and everybody understands what's happening. But that would already be a problem because that wasn't disclosed publicly. That was something that would have been secret. So that already would have been a problem for him specifically, but at least it could make sense. In this case, if there's just straight up money missing, you have to be able to answer where that money goes. Like there is no question. In a business, you have to answer where it goes. And I think with a charity, the standard should be like even higher than that, where it already has to be answered for a business. You can't just have money disappearing. Otherwise it's embezzlement. But if you're running like a charitable organization, taking in donations from strangers, trying to help a good cause, you're in trouble, man. Like that's bad. That's real bad. That's real bad. Yeah. But like I said, I don't know too much about the situation. I don't know I haven't watched all the stuff. Mainly because like it's very exhausting. Like I can't keep up with it. And there's always there's constant new updates and new like leaked audio things and transcripts and stuff. The old saying is never attribute to malice that which can be adequately explained by incompetence. That's where like if all the money were accounted for, okay, incompetence maybe makes the most sense. Maybe it was just like got cold feet because couldn't find the perfect place to send the money. Maybe that explains it. Okay. If there's missing money though, that becomes really hard to argue incompetence, like especially while other things are happening that don't make a lot of sense. There's a lot of strange stuff happening. He also threatened to sue Carl and Muda, just FYI. Yeah, I mean, I think Muda, I don't remember what Muda's background is, but I think Muda has a lot of money, so I don't think you're going to be taking Muda to the bank very easily. I think he's going to fight that pretty hard. And Carl is already in that lawsuit with the Donkey Kong gamer dude. So like it's really strange to be like, yeah, I'm taking on these guys. It's like, you're getting into a bit of a fight right now. But anyway, let's do this. We'll shift out of the completionist drama stuff here and back to the video game stuff. Okay. Let's do it. So, Jacob, new segment. Okay. Isn't everyone in the lawsuit with that Donkey Kong guy? Kind of. I haven't seen anything on that in a while. But yeah, he did get into like lawsuits. Well, at least with Carl. And then I think he tried to take on, what was that YouTuber, Apollo? Was there another YouTuber, Apollo something? Or am I just making that up? I think there was another YouTuber that took on Rogers. Is that his name? Something like that. I almost said Brandon Rogers, but that's like a sketch comedian. I don't remember. Apollo something. Apollo Creed. Yeah, I don't know. There's something like that. Have I played more of Skull and Bones? Yeah, I finished out the 6 hour or whatever timer it was. And it's more of the same. It's just, some people are going to love that game and play it a ton and have like 1,000 hours. Most people I think are going to play it a little bit. Billy Mitchell, that's what it was. Billy Mitchell. Most people are going to play it and I think just be like, I don't know why the first hour is you going around collecting stuff in a pirate game. I'm like, let me sink ships to get the goodies I want and the crafting materials. Why am I like, I'm playing as a pirate, but you're having me do the most non-pirate thing I could do. Like, it's just weird. Just say it's boring, bro. But that's the thing, is it's not boring in parts, and then other parts are super boring. Like when you're playing as a pirate in the pirate game, it's fun. You sail around shooting ships. Like, that's fun. I like that. But then you go right after that and be like, okay, go collect 10 of this type of wood. And then you go sail to the side of the shore and you're just like chopping stuff. Not on land, because there's none of that. You just have to hit this mini game hitting in the green zone. Like, it's just, parts of it are like amazing, or not maybe amazing, but parts of it are fun, and other parts are just so boring it's bizarre that they're even in there. So it's a weird balancing act. Apollo Legend, that does kind of sound familiar. I think he was one of the YouTubers that was doing videos on him back in the day. I don't know if a lawsuit ever happened with him. But yeah, man, there's a lot. There's a lot. Anyway, new segment. Beat Connect. New segment. Okay. So it's been about a week and a half, 2 weeks since we got the drop. I guess exactly 2 weeks from today. It's been, time's flying, dude. It's been 2 weeks since we got the drop. of GTA 6. Now, already it's really weird to me to just casually say like, oh, we have GTA 6 now. It's crazy. It's crazy. But we are here now. Allegedly, we are in the presence of GTA 6 lore and discussions, and it's throwing me off. Now, the trailer that we got was graphically incredibly impressive. Wildly, dare I say, impressive. I'm not going to hit just play because they will copyright strike it because it's Rockstar, and they do that type of thing. But graphically, amazingly impressive. You can see the animal systems that were present in Red Dead 2 seem to be making a return in this game now. Foliage density, crazy high. Even off in the distances, you can see the grass is still being rendered way off over there. Water physics look really, really solid. Line of sight seems really, really good. There's even cars being rendered way off in the distance here. And in terms of total density of things, I mean, there are ships, there's yachts all over the place. There's also been a lot of discussion over all of these little details. You can see how on these like patios, they're all different. So, you know, the arrangement of chairs and furniture and the lights being on and all of that is all different. You know, up here they have a grill. These other, you know, floors don't have that. So a lot of people have been wondering, okay, are they making the interiors of all these buildings accessible? I don't think that all of them will be accessible. I think a lot of them will be. You know, it's probably going to be the most, I guess, enterable or explorable city that we've ever seen. But I don't think every single building will be able to be entered. That would be madness. Already, I'm just getting giddy at the thought that like we can go and hijack yachts like this. Maybe it'll be like GTA 5 where like you can climb on it, but you can't really take it over because the captain's locked away in a separate room and he'll just pretend like you aren't there. But I would totally buy that you could storm onto this thing, and maybe the immediate, like right after you do it, it goes to like 3-4 stars and it's very, very difficult to get in. But yeah, I don't know. Most of the stuff they showed though, very, very graphically impressive. Especially considering they've only announced this for consoles. So presumably this is running on a PS5 or an Xbox if it is in fact running in real time. Now that brings up the main question that a lot of people have in mind, which is this even running in real time? Is this something that we can expect to get in terms of quality when it comes to console and hopefully one day PC as well? But already, I mean, like we've said, we're talking like this game is scheduled for 2025. Probably ends up being late 2025 by the time delays are factored in and everything. Maybe early, but I'm going to go with late. Maybe. We'll see. They've delayed everything they've released in the last like 15 years. So I think it's reasonable to think they'll delay this. But anyway, if we say late 2025, it usually takes about 1.5 to 2 years after the initial release of their games to get the PC port. So that puts us like 2026, 2027 for the PC port. So by the time we get the PC port of GTA 6, we're not even on the 50 series anymore. We're probably at that point in the 60 series. So just imagine what we'll be able to crank GTA 6 to look like at that point. I mean, it's madness, but 2026 to 2027 is like the end of the PS5 and Series X generation. There's already rumors going around that Xbox is planning, and this was a leak from somebody within PlayStation apparently, but they're expecting Xbox's next big thing to be codenamed Xbox Next, and that it's expected to come out in 2026. And they aren't clear if that's like a mid-gen refresh like a Series X Pro, or if that's just full on their next console. So it's possible, according to these rumors from PlayStation is expecting, there's a very good possibility that Xbox starts the next generation a couple years early in 2026. Yeah. Which honestly might not be a bad idea. They're already kind of behind the curve in terms of excitement over hardware. So if they come out and just all of a sudden they have crazy high-end hardware and all of their main studios are now being forced to push the boundary, that's maybe how they get out of the Series S kerfuffle that they've found themselves in. I understand the Series S fits a niche in the market that a lot of people need financially. They need that $300 console. Right now on Amazon, in a lot of places, it's only like, it's $200 and lower in some districts and areas. But the Series S is holding back the rest of the industry, because if you develop for Xbox and PlayStation, you have to develop for the lowest common denominator. And we've seen that hold back very large, substantial games. Most notably, Baldur's Gate 3 didn't release on Xbox because they couldn't get it running on the Series S with all of their features. And they had to make an exception to allow Larian to release Baldur's Gate on both Xbox Series X and S. But on Series S, it does not support the split screen multiplayer because they couldn't get it working on that hardware. Like, they had to make an exception for it. It's crazy. It's crazy. So without a doubt, undeniably, it has held back the industry by being a weaker console with less memory and all these other limitations. So I think the sooner that they can shed those restraints, probably the better. I think it's probably the best thing for the industry at large. However, we don't know what that will look like because it could just be an Xbox Series X Pro. And then there's just like straight up 3 consoles that they have to develop stuff for on the Xbox side of things. Or they just start the next generation a little earlier. So they just do that. How would PlayStation know when the next Xbox will come out if they're on the opposite side of the console wars? I mean, there is a lot of investigation and leaking and kind of shady stuff that goes on with this. It happens in the computer space with like cell phone manufacturers and designers trying to get an early look at what their competitors are doing. And on the console side of things, there's a lot of discussion over, okay, well, we have to launch the PS5 and the Series X at around the same time. So we have to make sure that all of this stuff is aligned properly and we have to design these systems. I mean, why do you think that all these consoles end up launching within just a few months of each other? Like all these, everybody hears whispers and stuff. All of this kind of eventually leaks out. And especially in the year leading up to the console, all these leaks happen where the dev kits are going out to studios and then somebody meets somebody else at a bar and they work for Microsoft and then this person works at Naughty Dog and they casually let slip that, oh yeah, the new PS6, man, we just got the dev kit. That thing's crazy. It has like 32 gigs of RAM. It's able to push 8K no problem. It has DLSS built in. Like they go through the whole list of features and they just take that back to the boss and now it's leaked. Like it really does not take that much. It doesn't take that much. So I think that type of thing is very reasonable for them to have an idea on. And the other thing is they were just involved in a big lawsuit where there was tons of discovery and tons of documents that were leaked back and forth that Sony lawyers and stuff would have seen. And so it's not crazy to me to think that they have a pretty good idea of Xbox's plans. It's not that out of the question as far as I'm concerned. And at the end of the day, if that's what PlayStation is expecting them to do, then that's, I think, a reasonable thing to go off of. Like PlayStation's not just making this up. They're making big plans based off of it. So it seems reasonable to expect it. But Digital Foundry did a little breakdown of the trailer for GTA 6, including the main question of, is the trailer real time? Which to me is, I think, the most pressing question. Let's hear their thoughts real quick on this question.
6. So the first question is all this actually real time, Alex?
I guess I should say my perspective. I say yes, because I can't think of a time when they have done a trailer in the last however many years that was not running in real time. Red Dead's trailers were all real time. Everything you saw in those trailers was in the game. And it's actually led to some interesting things where like we had this in, I think it was our Red Dead 2, maybe it was the critique or it was one of the videos we did on like the open world or something. But I made a video where I showed a little clip of Dutch in a cutscene. Okay. It was just a clip of a cutscene, nothing that fancy. That clip was used in a trailer. And because it was used in the trailer and the trailer used real game footage, it was copyright struck. My whole video, because it matched the Rockstar trailer that they had put out, and they copyright struck the whole video. And that had, it's because it's Rockstar and they copyright strike their own trailers, which is rare, but it's Rockstar, so can't do nothing about it. But that's a great example of them using actual in-game footage, so much so that when you played real game footage in your YouTube video, you could be copyright struck, which is just funny. There was another leak for GTA 6, apparently release of September 25th. The leak was from a janitor. It was from a janitor. Oh, that's funny. That's fine. How did he find out? I mean, it's pretty far out. If you're saying that like it's leaked, this guy's leaking that it's coming out September 25th, 2025. Maybe. I mean, I think it's so early they probably don't even have a clear idea. They'll probably settle on a release date later next year. But they'll have a pretty good idea if it's going to be spring or fall, probably by this summer, I would guess.
Yes. So I'm going to say that for like 80% of the trailer, it looks suitably easily done in real time on the current gen consoles. And the reason for that is there's like a certain level of this. And I think Oliver went through this. You described this after you watch the trailer, and then you watch it again and you start realizing things. Where like the first time you watch the trailer, like the first giveaway that it is real time is like just breakup in the image quality. And it's usually seen around hair in the trailer. And that's always, hair is obviously really hard to render. It's detail that's smaller than a pixel.
Yeah. So like this little noise effect that you're seeing on the hair, on these little strands, that's something, if you're going to pre-render something, you just set the frame to render over however much time it needs, and you won't get that artifacting. But when it's running in real time, you're going to see that type of thing. So I agree.
Pixel, and it has aliasing in it. And when the characters move in the trailer, there's a variety of scenes where characters turn around. Those like characters with longer hair, for example, you can see it really easily. You can sometimes see it in like eyelashes and things like that. It's just like general breakup of image quality. And then like there's the second layer where you go back and you watch again, you're like, wait a minute. I mean, it is a 4K 30 video on YouTube, and YouTube, you know, has issues. It's not perfect, but there are some shots in the trailer. Like there's a shot where the camera swoops over those bridges that connects Florida to the, I think it's the Florida Keys, those really long bridges. Weren't they in the movie True Lies? Am I mixing up movies?
Oh, Alex, they're also in real life. I just want to tell you.
They're also in real life, but it was also part of the James Cameron cinematic universe.
Oh, yeah.
And that shot there, I just looked at it. I was like, this doesn't look 4K to me.
No.
And then I thought about GTA 5, and I remember when we covered that, I covered the initial thing of it adding shadows, and Oliver covered it again when they add in ray traced reflections.
Yep.
And it seems like they're doing like internal res and then FSR, right? One up to native, up to output or something like that.
It definitely did have that FSR1 look, weirdly enough. It may not actually be FSR1. It could just be some sort of contrast adaptive sharpening with basic bilinear, you know, upscale, right?
Yes, basic bilinear upscales. Yes, I was gonna say the same thing. That's the bilinear upscale.
Which would look similar.
Which would look pretty similar anyway. It's just a spatial upscaler.
So the thing is, like, the trailer doesn't have like that perf pixel.
No.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't clear if this was because it was actually rendering at 4K or if this was because they were doing like the kind of cinematic thing where you just slap a bunch of filters on it, tons of motion blur, and then some noise effects on it, which they've done before with some games, but it's definitely not like this shot is not like straight sharp 4K pretty clearly, but it does make you wonder like, okay, so if this thing is rendering at like, I don't know, 1080 or 1440p and then it's FSR scaled up, I for one can't stand FSR 1. I struggle to tolerate FSR 2. It's better but not very good. It just doesn't even approach what DLSS is able to do. I hear FSR 3 is supposed to be a lot better, and so by the time this actually comes out, it'll probably be rocking FSR 3, and then we also are expecting the PS5 Pro, which comes out next year in the fall. We're expecting that to bring a lot of like fancy upscaling tech with it, so that will probably help it out. But if this is going to be running on base PS5 and base like Series X and S, this is something that's probably going to rely a lot on upscaling. And that worries me because the upscaling available on these consoles is nowhere near as good as the upscaling available on like PC. And to handle, like to focus on that is concerning to me. Like to depend so much on upscaling to hit resolution and frame rate targets, that worries me. Because every time we've seen that with other games where they rely on upscaling to hit frame rate targets, there's always a lot of spots where it starts to struggle to maintain that performance, just because it's like having a lead weight and then dropping that lead weight the size of a minivan into the ocean, and then you just fill up a bunch of like pool noodles and inflatable pizzas and stuff, and that's keeping it afloat a little bit. But if one of them pops, if there's any disturbance, any problem at all, the thing sinks to the bottom of the ocean. No issue. Like all of a sudden, it's when there's a failure, it crashes hard. So if anybody could figure it out, it's Rockstar, because they're Rockstar freaking games and they know what they're doing. But I don't like to hear that they're already looking like they're depending a lot on FSR and upscaling stuff, which is a bummer. Can current consoles really not handle native 4K? Not really, Ethan. I think the 4K thing has a lot of people misunderstand it. Like the only way you can really render high settings or ultra settings at native 4K is with like a 4090, is with like a $1,500 graphics card. That's what it actually takes to run it at that resolution on like high settings for modern titles. Of course, that's like approaching, if we're talking about Cyberpunk, you know, that's what I'm referring to, is really graphically impressive modern titles. I think the PS4 Pro and 1X, yeah, 1X is what it was called. That one, I think, confused a lot of people because they did a checkerboarded thing where they were doing some techniques to get it to 4K, but it wasn't really 4K. It just like was a slightly better version of 1080p stretched across the screen. Or like 1440p stretched across the screen and stuff like that. So like, I think people misunderstood or have thought that, well, we've had 4K for like 5-6 years, right? And it's like, no, we had fake 4K for a handful of years. 3 years ago, we got some consoles that are more powerful, but people have been demanding 60 FPS in their games. So they've been relying on upscaling to hit those frame rate targets. And then even then, like Spider-Man 2 on performance mode is not hitting 4K. I think even the verbiage with a lot of these games is targeting native 4K. They still allow for you to go in and like, if they need to drop the resolution to hit a frame rate target, they can do that. Drop it a little bit, maybe 10% or 30% to hit the target. And so there's really variable quality with these games all the time. And I think these shots are great examples. Some shots look fantastically sharp and others are a little bit more blurry and lacking detail. And they can kind of mask it a little bit with some like, you know, motion blur, which smooths things out anyway. So you can't really tell what's motion blur and what's a lack of sharpness. And so there's some trickery like that they can pull, but yeah, I can see why they are saying that it seems that they're relying a lot on FSR already.
Pristine 4K look to it. It looks sub native 4K, and obviously 4K is incredible. Sub resolutions can also still look good. The trailer still looks good in spite of that. But then there's this like tertiary layer. You go deeper. You stop the camera. You start counting pixels. There's a shot here when this woman turns around. This is the most pathetic pixel count I've probably done at Digital Foundry, where she turns around and on the lace of her top, you can see a 7 out of 10 stair step, or 6.5 stair step out of 10, which implies around 1440p. But then at the end of the trailer, there is a really great shot of the two presumably main characters in this game.
I assume so, yeah.
Whatever. And they bust down the door to this gas station convenience store, whatever. And on the very top, as they go through the door, you can see that there's actually a very obvious pixel, stair step there. And if you count that, it's a long one. It's 40 pixels. I counted a 40 pixels thing, count there, sample. And it's 26 out of 40, which is a little below 1440p. Could be 27. It could be, actually be real 1440p since it's so imprecise there, the number I gave. But it's like sub-native, sub 4K, 1440p. Target seems to be 30 FPS based upon the trailer.
So if they're shooting for 30 frames, which seems to be what they're focusing on. I mean, I saw some people online were freaking out because they're like, oh my God, it's 2023. Whoops, I hit forward. It's 2023 and they're showing like a focus on 30 FPS. What is this madness? This is crazy. Like, I don't think that 30 FPS a bad game makes. I think there are great games. I would argue the best games ever made are almost all 30 FPS at launch. However, like a lot of people have been a little befuddled that they seem to be targeting 30 FPS in 2023. But I think it just shows that Rockstar is prioritizing fidelity above performance, and maybe they'll add a performance mode or anything. But here's the deal. If they're having to target 1440p to hit 30, just imagine what they'd have to target to hit 60. You know? What did they have to separate and shed in terms of fidelity to hit 60? Like, what are you losing there? Because 1440p, just to show you the difference effectively in overall resolution, like this shows you the difference. A 1080p frame is the green. That's how much is actually being rendered. 1440p is the orange. 4K involves rendering all of this extra stuff that you didn't have to render for 1440p. This is why when people are like, oh, just if you can hit 1440p, it just takes a little bit of polish to hit 4K. No, look how much extra surface area, how many extra pixels are involved with that. I mean, it's not even close. Like, it's ridiculous. Okay. I could pull out a calculator and just calculate the difference in pixels. In fact, do I really want to add it? It doesn't matter. We'll rely on the visuals. I was like, I could calculate the surface area and show you the percentage difference, how much percentage area more is 4K versus 1440p. But I think the visual does the job. Okay, we'll keep it lean and I won't get too distracted. So if they're having to go to orange to hit 30 FPS, to hit 60, they might have to drop down to 1080p, which means the actual final presented resolution would be at like 1440p. Maybe the way they do it, and this is more what I think the expectation was. Yeah, just use MS Paint. I should have. What I think the expectation should be is that people are able to do performance mode on the like pro versions of consoles. So like the PS5 Pro, being able to do performance mode. And then on the regular PS5, it can only do the regular mode. It just doesn't have the option. I think that's what they do. Frankly. And for people that are like, that's so crazy, why would they do that? I'm pretty sure that's exactly what they did with the PS4 Pro when that launched. They had versions of the game that launched on both platforms, on the PS4 and the PS4 Pro, but the PS4 Pro had extra options available in terms of performance setting that you could select from. Whereas the base PS4 just had the one. So I wouldn't think that that's that far out of a realm of possibility. So I think that is very doable. And also, this is just really funny, and I'll just show this because I've heard people saying that, well, the PS5 is actually able to output 8K because on the box for the PS5, it says the 8K thing. It has a little 8K tag on it. People are like, so probably later in this generation, we get some 8K games. Okay. No. No. That's not what's going to happen. It's like 1440p, if you remember, like it's about like this. About like this. Okay, that's about 1440p. That's what GTA 6 is seemingly targeting to hit 30 FPS. 8K is this whole freaking frame. Okay? It's not happening. Not to mention that 8K with the human eye, the distance and the size of the screen, there's math you can do where I used to do it in home theater sales when I was selling big TVs and projectors all the time. There's a certain distance you have to be away from the display for you to no longer see the pixel makeup of it with assumed perfect 2020 vision. Well, it's not necessarily perfect, but with 2020 vision, there's a certain distance at which your eye won't be able to see individual pixels. At like 4K on like a 75-inch screen, you can sit 6, 7, 8 feet away and you're fine. You're not going to see individual pixels, right? As the screen gets bigger, the individual pixels will get bigger if the resolution stays the same, right? Because you're just stretching it over a larger area. So if you take a 4K screen and you stretch that to 100 inches, you're going to be able to see the pixels at like 5, 6 feet because it's stretched so huge, right? That's why like in my theater room, we have the big 110-inch projector screen. It's like a laser projector thing, but you can actually see the pixels within a few feet of the screen. The nice thing is nobody's sitting right here in front of a projector or in front of your big home theater. You're probably sitting on a couch, like all the way back here, chilling, having a great time, and you can't see anything because you're far enough away that you can't actually distinguish it. And that's where like 8K comes in, where 8K allows you to go a lot bigger and sit closer before you start to see the pixel difference. But the problem is that your field of view as a human being with two eyeballs and a skull, you can't actually take in everything that's around you with 8K. So it's not really that useful. Like it just isn't. I think color vibrancy, like support for HDR10, higher lumen count, I think stuff like that, higher refresh rates, certainly lower response times, that's way more impactful for the viewer experience than 8K. If you want to buy an 8K TV, you can do that. I think your money's much better spent on like a laser projector, personally, as somebody that used to work in that industry. But I'll just tell you what. And as for people saying that 1440p is 2K, it's not technically correct. Even what we would commonly refer to as 4K, which is 3840 by 2160, that's actually called UHD. It's not actually 4K. 4K is 4096 by 2160. It's like there's a different scale for these, which is why you have to ask if like ultra HD, so like 8K UHD, is a different aspect ratio than true 8K or 4K or 2K. So 2K is actually just 1080p but a little wider. That's actual 2K, but a lot of people colloquially will call 1440p 2K, even though it's not. So it's all pedantics. I'll shut up. Moving on. Moving on.
These all seem very realistic to me. So I'd say
agree.
like a lot of the trailer actually looks suitably real time.
Well, you say a lot, but I think everyone, Oliver, you also noticed as well, is that there's those scenes where they sort of simulate the phone, where it's the vertical video kind of TikTok-y style presentation, which actually fits really well with where GTA would presumably go. It's been 10 years since GTA 5, and it's interesting to see them integrate what has become cultural norms into the game. But those may not have been real time, you guys think, Oliver?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to think of this as like a sequence in the game, because I think you'll probably see this stuff happen in the game, probably during a montage or a sequence when like one of the characters is like, okay, Vice City keeps getting crazier and crazier. And then they play a bunch of these clips of just crazy stuff happening in Vice City. And you got to think like, if this were running in real time, the engine would have to build out this scene, load it into memory, be sitting on it, ready for it to play out. It takes place, and then have this scene loaded in, immediately cut to it without skipping a frame or a beat, and then have it happen in smooth motion, everything. Like, it just wouldn't be very practical when you can just render this sequence ahead of time and then just play it like a video. So this particular sequence, I think, probably looks like this in game. It's probably captured from in game, but yeah, I would not buy that this is running like natively or anything. I think that this is more just an artifact of how they're trying to get it set up. Because you guys remember that opening sequence in Cyberpunk 2077 when they're doing the montage and they run it in real time, but getting that thing running in real time took them like 6 months of patches to get working right, because it's just so much data to load in quickly and swap in and out. You know, it's just a lot. Next thing you know, people are going to be asking for small TVs. That's what I check out. Or smell, not small. Smell on TVs. I hope not. Luke, did you ever think your TV sales experience would be so valuable? No, not at all. Not at all. It's helped me like build out my stuff because I know what I'm looking for, and I appreciate like the little details and stuff. I can also see through a lot of crap. I've had like sponsors reach out asking me to promote like their monitors or displays or whatever else, and sometimes they'll send me the stat sheet or they'll send the product, and I'll use it or I'll look at it and try and mess around with it, and I end up just telling them like, I'm sorry, I can't really stand behind this one. I don't really like it. It's just not for me. Sometimes I'll send the product back. Other times they've said, no, just keep it, whatever. But it's a blessing and a curse. It hopefully means like when I tell you that a monitor looks really, really good, or a display or something looks really good, you know. But like, a lot of people a lot of people are probably also like, yeah, who cares, whatever. It's just a YouTuber talking about a monitor, who cares. How many views does this have now? It is at 152 million. So yeah, it's up there. It's definitely up there. I'll tell you what, definitely up there. HDR with Dolby Vision is definitely, so Dolby Vision is like kind of tricky because Dolby Vision, and this is something some games, like people are asking, is Dolby Vision like supported by consoles? It's kind of, it's hard to describe, but basically Dolby Vision often is used as a term for like how data and color is encoded. HDR can also be used that way, but HDR can also be used as a description of certain color vibrancy or colors that can be displayed. So like HDR10 describes a certain spectrum of colors available. So like the reference color gamut. So like if you see this, DCI P3 HDR10 allows you to display this range of colors. Rec 20 or Dolby Vision also proposed, but beyond what current TVs can do, should in theory be able to do this. However, and this is like your standard display. So in theory, like you can encode all this data, but this is referring to the actual encoding of the footage, not necessarily what's displayed, right? So if you see an HDR10 compatible or certified television, technically that should mean that it's able to display this whole gamut, the whole thing, all of these colors, more than the regular Rec 709. But Dolby Vision, if you saw a Dolby Vision certified TV, it almost never means, in fact, I don't think it's ever actually meant that it can display all of Rec 2020, because no display can actually do that right now. Maybe like $80,000 reference monitors for like mastering and color matching films and stuff can, but I don't think any consumer grade panel can do it. But Dolby Vision, often what it effectively means for people is just that it can encode metadata within individual scenes of the film or clips or whatever else. So it can allow extremely fine tuning of colors, which is fantastic. And it's why, like, if you can have Dolby Vision supported on like Disney Plus or Netflix, that will make your shows look way, way better. But it's not like games can't really use that because games aren't packaging that footage into an MP4 or into an AV1 file or anything. Like they're not doing that. They're just sending the signal straight to the display. So it doesn't really need that type of compression, right? They still adhere to color standards and what they're able to do, but it's not the same thing. Like it's the difference between the packaging and the actual thing inside, right? But it's complicated because people use the terms interchangeably. People will be like, oh, HDR10, they'll refer to it in terms of the encoding standards, but then also in terms of what can be displayed. And it's like, you can't have one without the other, but it's also, they don't necessarily are the same thing. It's just, yeah. Anyway, Luke's speaking Mandarin right now. Sorry. It's a whole thing. I'll shut up.
And just
they could just be heavily post-processed though.
Yeah, that's true.
They kind of blur them intentionally. If you apply a nice Gaussian blur and some, chromatic aberration to it, it can look kind of rendered. But
yeah, I think it also, due to the way the motion blur looked, it reminded me a lot of, like those sequences in Cyberpunk where they have like the news cameras on like playing on like in the background on like televisions, and they show little snippets of the world there. It reminded me of the quality of that, where like
good call.
If you render out a video of a game like an Unreal Engine, you can have like perfect like motion blur sampling and all these things.
Right,
that's what it reminded me of.
But okay, so the thing here is that this all seems very realistic. Image quality isn't great, and it's only 30 frames per second, which on paper, that doesn't sound great. But the reason that that's actually good news is because everything else that's going on here is pretty intense. One of the first features
that's understatement of the
right
century.
away in the trailer is that it does seem like they could actually be using proper ray traced global illumination. It could also be SSGI to some degree, but with the precision that you see in some of these scenes, I think it might be RTGI. Right away, there's that scene where it shows the main character in prison. The sunlight's pouring through the window, and the way it reflects off the different wall surfaces and the way her orange jumpsuit kind of reflects back on her face and how the lighting shifts. That's the kind of thing that wouldn't really be feasible with the more traditional non-RTGI style solutions. And Oliver, you were digging into this as well and found things like at the strip club. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, like at 29.
I mean, I think this is the great thing about video games, though, is that at the end of the day, it's kind of your gut is going to dictate whether this is like visually satisfying to you or not. Like, it's one of those things where we can talk about stats all day long. We can be like, oh, well, what's the resolution? Oh, what technology are you using for upscaling? Oh, you're using FSR 1. Oh, you should have used FSR 3, you plebeian. Like, we can do all that crap. It doesn't matter. If people play the game and they think it looks good, that's all that matters. Like, that's all that matters. I think that this is an example, though, of one of those situations where a lot of these gimmicks and like marketing terms and jargon doesn't really matter as long as it looks good. Like, for the last handful of years, everything's been about like ray tracing and everything's about DLSS upscaling to this resolution or frame generation or this or that. None of it really matters to players as long as the game looks good and runs well. Like, that's really all you need. There are some types of people that do love just min-maxing their frame rates. One of my good college friends, he's known for, like, if we were going to play a game together, he will load in and like spend half an hour tweaking settings, restarting the game, change this setting. Oh, gotta restart. Okay, restart that. And then like he'll mess with it for half an hour before even starting to play because he likes to min-max his frames based on what it looks like to how it performs. Some people are like that. I would argue probably most people, especially when you factor in the console market, they just want to play the game and for it to work. Like, they just want to play it. It works. It looks good. They're happy. Easy peasy. We're lemon squeezy. Like, Red Dead 2 looks amazing, plays amazing, but there are many things lacking about it. To this day, as far as I'm aware, I was just messing with it the other day when I restarted a run of it. It still does not have like actual true HDR support. It has like a really weird warped HDR that is like, it basically puts over a contrast filter and then tries to crank brightness up, but it doesn't actually do it accurately. Like, and this is a well-documented thing, to be clear. I'm not like breaking a news story. This has been talked about since it came out on PS5 and, you know, the next gen versions became available, but it's lacking in that department, but it still looks amazing and nobody cares. I just turn off HDR. It's one of those rare cases where I think not playing with HDR actually looks better, because the color balancing is actually way better. But I mean, that's the great thing with all this, is at the end of the day, the consumer decides what works and what doesn't. And if they like the look of it, they're happy. They're happy. Digital movies aren't even shooting at 8K. Yeah, the only reason I think you'd shoot at 8K with like a Red Epic or something is if, I don't even know if Red Epics can do 8K, but the only reason you would do that is so that you can do like post-processing image stabilization. And then after the image is stabilized, you can add in manual camera shake or other effects and stuff. Because basically it would mean that you could take this frame right here, crop off a quarter of it. So like here to there, like that. This whole corner, I can't, like this, all this would be a 4K image. So if you want to just crop it right into a corner of the frame, it's still full 4K. It gives you so much freedom for editing, for tweaking stuff. Like it's amazing for that. But in terms of actually publishing something in 8K, it just doesn't really make sense. Just doesn't, you know, doesn't make sense. Real quick also, before I get too backed up, I just saw that pop off. Valid Isotope, thank you for some of the Prime, my friend. Appreciate you. And also Zaku, thank you for resubbing 2 months, baby. Looks great. Hopefully GTA 6 has a lot of offline single player content. I would guess so. I mean, they're working their asses off, and maybe they launch multiplayer day one. I think that would make, I don't think they need to, honestly. They could, but I'm also anticipating the multiplayer launch to be an absolute disaster and a total train wreck. Tons of broken servers. Queue times will be ungodly. It's going to be a nightmare. But whenever they choose to do that, yeah. If I were them, I would probably wait like a couple weeks, maybe launch multiplayer a little bit after the fact, after people have finished the main story. Do that. But we'll see what they do. We'll see. I don't know. And then KJello23, thank you also for 1 month. And let's see. I saw I'm Leanne. Yes. Okay. Thank you, KJello. 1 month. Oh baby. Love it. And then lastly over here, Stardom, thank you for the 5. Hey mate, hope all is well. Just curious, have you watched the videos I recommended a while ago? The Absolute Lads from Count Dankula. I just pulled it up. I just Googled it because I was wondering if I did, because I pulled it up in a tab and I don't think I actually have. I think I saw the Ted Kaczynski thing because that looks super familiar. I think I pulled that up. If you're talking about the YouTube channel. So I think I did actually watch some of these. I think I did see these. I think I was painting Warhammer or something while I was doing it. Looks very familiar. It was a minute ago though. It was a bit. It was a beat. A beat ago. Okay. Anyway, sorry guys, I got distracted.
Subtle occlusion that really makes it look kind of RTGI-ish. And there's some overhead shots as well of the buildings in daytime where you see obvious bounce. It's very large scale, so that could be any number of things, but certainly it would be consistent with an RTGI presentation as well. But I think the number one thing for me in terms of the RTGI is just that it's super consistent throughout.
Yeah,
like you don't see any issues with character models, you don't see any issues with dynamic objects, and I just think it's really that overall consistency to the presentation, the way that it's all brought together, that really makes me think that they are doing some kind of RTGI solution.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I tend to agree, and it's the lighting in a way kind of remind me of ray traced Cyberpunk to some degree, not path traced Cyberpunk, but you know, it does does have some of those.
Oh my god, dude! If they allow and support path tracing on this in 2027 or whenever we have the PC port, oh my god, dude! Oh, that'd be amazing. Yeah, Juicebox, Rogue Trader. Yeah, I've been playing it. I made a video on the main channel about it, introducing people to it. The Owlcat developers reached out to me and asked if I'd be interested in doing a sponsored video just to share it with my audience. And you know, it's more niche certainly, so it's not going to do gangbusters, but yeah, I've been playing it. I'm having a good time with it. If you're a Warhammer fan, yeah, Rogue Trader is a good time. It's like a typical Owlcat game. It's a super robust RPG, but you know, there's some clunk here and there, but it's a good time.
Qualities, and if that's indeed the case, I think that's an awesome step for Rockstar because it's going to make the game really, really shine visually. But man, just listening to us describe this, talking about like, yeah, it's 29 seconds in the strip club, you look in the footage. Like, I feel like we've almost become a parody of ourselves. And like,
I know, I immediately thought I was like, that's why I said like that most pathetic pixel count I've done in my entire
This really
life.
is. This could be a parody video of Digital Foundry with the way we're talking.
Did you guys look at the 6 pixels on the side of the person's head at 16 seconds?
Did you see the hair on Florida Man's back?
So good looking. But the one thing I'm actually curious about with RTGI is obviously there's limitations just in general, like of how you would get these things running in real time. There's a lot of aspects. The other aspects we'll talk about the trailer later, but like in the distance, like you can have RTGI close to the camera in a lot of games. And like, if you go back to that Matrix demo, I think they extended it to like a couple, like 150 to 200 meters out, you know, like into the camera distance here. But there's a couple of shots in the trailer where you can see even at like a pretty far range, there's evidence of like large scale occlusion from skylighting and also large scale bounce lighting from.
I think that's the biggest thing that's most impressive about these wide sweeping shots is just that even like normally in game trailers, you look off in the distance and you can see the weaknesses. Like you can, and it's why normally trailers don't do these huge broad sweeping shots. Like even, I feel like maybe I'm just making this up, but even Cyberpunk, I don't feel like did this a lot. Cyberpunk 2077 trailer. Like actual in-game clips of these broad sweeping shots. I think this is even, yeah, maybe Cyberpunk isn't the best example because most of this ended up being, you know, lies. But come on. Yeah, most of these trailers, why is it having trouble all of a sudden? What's the deal? Refresh, damn you. There we go. But like even Cyberpunk, I feel like didn't do a lot of these broad sweeping shots. They did a lot of stuff really close up. Then you see a lot of the like fake segments that didn't end up in the game. And I think they don't do that specifically because in these wide sweeping shots where you can see really far from the distance, usually you can start to pull out things that don't look that great. Like the woman who's pregnant with the American flag shorts. Just notice that. But you can look in the distance and start to see the weaknesses of it, which is why they usually keep the camera really close in. With GTA 6, they're just like, nope, look at all this. This is amazing. Even when you look off in the distance and you're trying to be like a pedantic prick and find stuff to like complain about, you can't find it. Like, oh, wow, the buildings look really good. Stupid rock star. Like, what are you like? What are you gonna pull from here? Part of it is that they do this really, really high quality, like it's like a bloom mixed with a fog, mixed with a haze for things off in the distance, but it's also really realistic and it's done very smoothly throughout the whole frame. So it doesn't feel like an old Silent Hill sort of blur to cover up things off in the distance. And so it just looks really, really good all the way throughout, no matter where you look. And that's the thing that really just makes it stand out more than anything, is that there's not a single point you can point to where it's like, oh, that looks like crap, but that's in the distance, so who cares? The whole frame looks great.
From the sun. And there, I'm just curious to like see like if it's all RTGI or if it's a combination of systems, because you know you would expect them to have to cut corners maybe somewhere.
It
So
could very
it'd
well be.
interesting to see.
Absolutely. Yeah. I think my favorite shot for just pure like realism though has to be around 27 seconds when they're rolling through the neighborhood there with the blue sky and all the cars parked in the street. Like it's just extremely eye catching. And man, if you actually kind of squint at it, it looks almost real. Like it has a photo real look to it.
Yeah.
And just looking at all these cars, by the way, did you guys notice how good the car paint is in this? Like the way they simulate the little speckles in the paint and the light sort of penetrating the clear coat.
Yeah, no, it's crazy.
And reflecting back, it's genuinely fantastic, which was also true of Cyberpunk.
Yeah, and even like this, you remember we did that look at the Suicide Squad Killed the Justice League trailer that they dropped, and there were a lot of like really low poly meshes that were in camera view and all sorts of stuff. And it's like, okay, it's you know, a trailer quickly, you're swinging through the air, so maybe you're not supposed to look at it, and that's why they do it. But in this case, like even when you pause, it still just looks very, very, very good. Very good. It's just crazy,
I would say. So,
yeah, Cyberpunk's another game with great looking cars.
But there's also evidence that there might be more to this than just RTGI, and that there seems to be evidence of ray traced
some sort of demonic sacrifice to make the game look so good. Yeah, just look at the rays bouncing off of his butt crack and then inside the crack bouncing all the way down. The color accuracy is crazy.
reflections in many scenes, possibly with SSR mixed in, because if you look closely, you will see some disocclusion artifacts here and there. But by and large, there are reflections in scenes that wouldn't necessarily be feasible with just screen space or cube maps. Although, you know, technically things like rear view mirrors, which if you look in some of these scenes, you'll see like rear view mirrors, they could always do a render to texture or something like that, like a driving game. But you know, if they're doing this for everything else, it doesn't
expensive.
It would be very it would be very expensive and stupid in an open world game, I think, especially when there's so many.
Just have this one little mirror re-rendering the entire world.
So
that'd be dumb.
I think based on this, it's very likely we are also looking at ray traced reflections. Alex, what do you think?
Yeah. Oliver pointed out a couple of these to me too, because like one thing is when you're looking for ray traced effects in a trailer, a lot of the camera angles can be extremely flattering to screen space effects and or other techniques. So that's why you have to look for things that you just know are not possible with the other techniques. Oliver had a really good point, for example, there's that one side mirror on the car where you can definitely see off screen a car moving in it.
Yeah.
Like it's like a white car moving by in it.
Which, to be clear, if you're doing screen space, doesn't work because there's nothing on the screen to match this. So it has to be ray traced, or like what they were saying when they said render to texture. What that means is like if you, maybe a good example would be like, you guys remember Mafia 3? I think it was Mafia 3 that did this. Let's see. Mafia 3. Oh my god, I don't know what settings this person was playing on, but dear God almighty, it looks rough. They also have like Yeah, I changed the overall look a lot. I didn't like the original tone. Dude, it looks so bad. I'm sorry. It's just I can't even look at it. So like this is render to texture. So like if what they basically do is they set up an invisible camera right here, and then they render everything behind you and then project it up on this screen as basically a texture. And there's still limitations. Like it's not rendering at max quality, of course. It's rendering at lower quality. There's things in the distance that are culled out, so you can't see infinitely behind you. But it's a way that you can see a rear view mirror look. Then you see immediately things get spawned out because it doesn't have a very full or very long draw distance. But this type of thing like doesn't look super great. And it's also what they said was very expensive. And when they refer to very expensive, what they mean is that like normally in an open world game like this, or really any game, let's see, a great demonstration of this was, I think, Horizon Zero Dawn culling. There was this little thing. Yeah. So like this is how the game normally is rendering stuff. So you have the player character here, and this is the field of view. And as you look through the map or around the map, things are spawned in and out and effectively rendered in these little bitty chunks. And then when they're off camera, they're kind of dropped so that you don't have to worry about it, right? Like it's still there in the game's memory. So if you turn the camera view quickly, it can render it, but it's not actively like in the rendering pipeline, basically. But the moment that you do the rear view mirror and the render to texture, you're now also putting a field of view behind this camera on the opposite side. And so all of that stuff behind you, at least to a certain distance, has to be included, right? So it's not, no, I'm not saying this is render to texture. What we're referring to is specifically field of view, how that affects what is being put into the rendering pipeline. So when you do something like render to texture and you have another camera angle, oh, I just closed the tab, that's what it was. And you put another camera angle behind you, you're widening all the stuff that has to be included during every single given frame. Whereas previously, like if you're just focusing this way, this stuff can be culled out because it's not being included. But when you include this, they have to include those things still. Again, at least for a little bitty distance before they fog it out and then it disappears and despawns. So it's just expensive. But these types of things that they're doing here, you couldn't do with screen space reflections. You could do it with like some other fancier stuff, but it would be very, very like needlessly complicated. And in the age of ray traced reflections, this just makes sense.
That's something that you really, realistically, you wouldn't do a render to texture there. That'd be such a waste. Well, RT is much more elegant for that.
At 52 seconds specifically, we also see there.
I just love that we're doing that. At 52 seconds, the guy grabbing his crotch with the gator shirt and the big American flag hat. It's just, oh, I'm so ready for GTA 6. I love it already.
There's the man dancing in the street, and it is just like the cell phone footage, but you see that tow truck looking thing drive by, and you can see it properly reflected beneath his legs where he's doing the crotch grab.
Yeah.
And you know,
the way we're talking about this, Jesus.
Zoom in on it.
What are we doing?
Look at the reflection of the crotch grab.
There's also a naked man jogging, I think.
Oh,
I also love how hoppy he is. Like, I don't think that's getting enough credit. Like, this guy is like popping around jogging. Like, this is not a typical jog. This guy's got some energy. He's probably high on something. Usually got to hit the strip club to see jiggle like that for real. Jesus. I'm so ready for this, dude. It's gonna be crazy. Wow. Oh, love it. I got distracted again. Who won the bet on the GTA 6 trailer opening shot? I tried to go through the comments. Like, I didn't see anybody that was very specifically. There were people that were like, it's going to be an outdoor shot, or it's going to be an outdoor shot looking at cars, but I didn't see anything like specific enough. I'll keep looking through them when I get a chance, and maybe we'll do it on stream and we'll sift through a bunch. But there wasn't anything super specific that lined up with what we saw that I came across, and maybe we'll find it when we go through it on stream. But yeah, there were people that were like, it's going to be an outdoor shot that looks at cars. I'm like, okay, that was not exactly a specific prediction. Or like, it's going to be in the game and it will have the light. You know, like I need a little more specificity than that.
Through a gas station. And just for one frame at the end of it, you can see that the white truck is blocking off his body.
Oh, this is great.
There's still a reflection underneath the truck, so that's
a
indicative.
Great catch.
But also elsewhere, we do see, curiously, what look like screen space artifacts. So maybe it's being layered in or on some surfaces, like maybe larger bodies of water. Maybe they actually don't use ray tracing. It's not totally clear, right, John?
Yeah, that's right. Like, for instance, one of the things that stood out was the flamingos. I think it's at around 20 seconds. If you look closely at the water, there are some evidence of SSR sort of artifacts, disocclusion artifacts that you would get. It's hard to say because of how quickly cut this trailer
Yeah, this is like the little white blur
but
in the water.
My best guess is that they are doing some form of RT reflection and also overlaying SSR, which is kind of pretty standard, I think. Because you do get a little bit more precision, and also typically, you know, things like particle effects, alpha effects, things like that, those don't easily trace into ray traced reflections, obviously. So you would want SSR to layer that into the scene so that everything's more consistent. And I think that works pretty well, because as long as they line up quite smoothly, it's not that distracting, versus SSR by itself, or SSR layered on a cube map where they don't align at all. And then when it disoccludes, it's just like, oh, it's a huge gap. It looks terrible.
Especially in an open world game where you couldn't possibly have the cube maps everywhere you want them to be.
No, you would have to use a lot of generic cube maps. I mean, you could do Insomniac's original Spider-Man did okay enough with that. They use a ton of cube maps, but even then, obviously, very approximate. And
the moment you started really looking at it, they started to look really bad.
Very limited, and that's why they moved away from it.
If you go back to GTA 5, actually, in December of last year, they added in RT reflections to that game.
Right.
On consoles, of course, not on PC, Alex, but only on consoles.
Oh, that's really frustrating.
But that game combined real-time cube maps captured from the player location with RT reflections out to a very limited distance. So the problem there is you get that discontinuity when you're combining those two elements. Didn't look very good. Now here, with this more ray tracing centric solution that's probably not relying on that fallback, you're going to have really great reflections across the entire environment, it looks like. And it's just
great.
Yeah, it's just, especially for like distant buildings and stuff like that, just like we saw in Spider-Man, having perspective correct reflections that are detailed all throughout the environment makes such a big difference in like a cityscape with big glass towers, right?
Right. Just the cohesiveness.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Like, this game is not Red Dead.
Well, especially in Spider-Man, like, you're in a massive metropolitan city with glass everywhere. So having nice ray traced reflections is like a godsend. It looks so good.
Redemption. A lot of people always point back to Red Dead Redemption like, this looks better than X game that released today, but a lot of that is also just the artistic environment in that game. It's like a lot of diffused materials, rolling hills, not a lot of like huge occluding buildings and structures, and that's where lighting gets super complex. And that's where traditional techniques fail the hardest. And
one thing I also heard somebody say about Red Dead that actually made a lot of sense is, and you'll have to forgive me, I can't remember, I think it was on like Twitter, I saw it in like a thread somebody posted. I think they were game dev, but who knows? But basically what they had said, and it made sense to me, was that one of the other benefits is that they can afford to have higher quality like meshes and textures and things loaded in, because in Red Dead, the player speed is very low. Like, you're not zipping around in a Ferrari or a Lambo in Red Dead. Like, you're riding on a horse most of the time. You know, you might hop on the train occasionally or in a boat and paddle your way across a lake, but they don't really have to worry about quickly streaming in a ton of stuff very quickly and loading out the old stuff and getting in the new stuff. They don't really have to worry about that. They just like load in the immediate area, and then in the distance they can have the lower poly meshes and stuff, and they fade them in when they need to, but they don't have to stress too much about it because the player speed is so low that they basically have bought themselves plenty of time for those transitions and for unloading and loading in. And I thought that made a lot of sense.
And yeah, Red Dead Redemption 2 is a really great looking game, but it has like a lot of aspects of it that make old school rendering work better with it than definitely would work with GTA 6.
Yeah, I mean, not to discount the work that went into that game because it is stunning,
No, not
for
at all.
sure. But
No.
yes, that type of naturalistic environment tends to work really well with more traditional rasterized techniques, glass metal buildings on this large scale, and all these angles. This stuff is a nightmare, and developers have struggled with it for a long time. I would say CD Projekt Red was one of the first to really kind of solve it with its ray tracing work done on Cyberpunk 2077.
For sure.
So I'm not surprised that Rockstar would want to take a similar approach and push it as far as they could. And it does seem to be what they're doing here for sure. So I like that a lot. But then not everything does appear to be ray traced. And you actually notice this right at the end of the trailer, I think, Alex. It's it does seem to be using shadow maps basically.
Yeah. And this is a little bit surprising. Well, not so, given everything else in the trailer, if there's ray traced reflections, if there's RTGI, something's got to give.
Something's got to give.
But like, so like, Oliver pointed out in the notes and did really well in the trailer that there's a lot of shots like where you don't see some of the hallmarks of ray traced shadows that you'd expect, like the really nice like tapered shadow where it starts off hard and gets a bit softer. Red Dead Redemption 2 and GTA 5 PC did that originally with like the soft shadow options the games have, but not to the same precision that you'd get from a ray traced effect, which is what GTA 5 on consoles eventually added, covered in a video by us as well. And here you just don't really kind of see that in the trailer. And then there's a very specific example that John just mentioned right now. At the end of the trailer, you look at the top left corner as they open the door, bam, on the opaque door frame there, you can see what is just odd.
Well, that's it, boys. Lock it up. We're done. The game sucks. Yeah. Oh well, it was fun while it lasted. Oh jeez. Now this is like, it is still a video game. I mean, and you have to also remember that people, like with all these trailers, everything is very intentional. There is nothing in these trailers that is accidental, that was not considered. And so when they choose to show one of these angles or to frame things a certain way, it's done to make it look the best it can. So in this case, it's a very cinematic shot, but they also, like they said, they very intentionally through the whole trailer don't really show you a lot of angles where you're going to be seeing the ground as they're walking. So you can't see those shadows that might not look as good as the rest of the game that looks really amazing. Or maybe it's just a coincidence, but everything is very, very intentional.
On the opaque door, I don't know, frame there, you can see what is just obviously a shadow map alias. And once again, we're zooming into the corners of an image.
It makes me...
we are not a parody of Digital Foundry. We are Digital
This
Foundry.
is probably why I enjoyed the Blade Runner adventure game from Westwood back in the day, because you spend a lot of time zooming in on things just like in the movie, basically. I'm like, wait a minute, no wonder I like this game so much, because that's what we do here.
Zoom.
Now, this is like taking pixel peeping to a new level, but what can I say?
I will peep those pixels, John. I will peep those pixels.
So, shadows, not that exciting. It'll get the job done for sure. And I'm not surprised that they had to give, even though they did RT shadows on GTA 5, but something they had to give, as you say. But I think one of the more visually impressive features in this is something that our hair care expert, Oliver here, who has a lot of experience with long flowing locks, noticed. It's the hair simulation.
Yeah, the hair sim just looks incredible. Again, we're gonna have to go back to a shot that maybe is a little bit suspect. But at 38 seconds, if you go to that shot, the way that character's hair moves here, it's flowing so unbelievably well, and there's no like visible clipping. It's all moving and just like the.
It is very, very, very well simulated. I mean, there is the little aliasing artifacts, because I do think this is running in real time. But in terms of the simulation, it is crazy, crazy good. Crazy good. And also, this, for whatever reason, this one shot, like, dominated the discourse with GTA 6 for the first, like, week and a half. Everybody, even right now, Pinkman, it's Lucia. Like, tons of people think that this is Lucia. Apparently, the consensus now is that it's not Lucia, because the moles on her like arms and back do not match, and the moles on her face didn't match. She's like, there's a couple that aren't matching, But then in another shot, the shot at the end of the trailer with her in the bed doing trust, you know, that apparently you can see more moles on her arm that don't match over here. So people are like, no, it's not her. I don't get why it matters. I don't really care. Like, who gives a crap? Maybe it's like people are concerned because they're like, oh, well, actually, you'll be able to dress up and go to parties or something. Like, okay, whatever. I don't care that much, but I don't know. It's just funny. People spent like weeks matching moles and then angle of nostrils and ears and stuff, trying to prove that this is her, not her. Like, why do we care? I just, I don't get it. Really yeah. Well, that's why like people are like, oh, the reason the moles don't match on the face is because she used makeup, because she has makeup like lipstick and stuff. Okay. But why would you put makeup on your arms? Who are you? Khloe Kardashian? I don't think so.
This manner. I think John likened it to truss effects, which I totally agree with. Like, it looks amazing. Now, if you look through this trailer, you'll see a lot of really great evidence of great hair physics throughout. This is the best example. You'll also see like some looks like dithering patterns on the hair. Like, it's not, you know, the cleanest, but obviously that's a hard problem to solve. I mean, truss effects is kind of an old tech, I think. In more recent games.
Oh, this is one we talked about in my initial like reaction thing to this.
Hard problem to solve.
Was not the crotch. This, people were saying that, look, there's kids in the game. And now people are saying that, no, it's not kids. These are actually adults, but they are just sunk into the mud. And that's why they look smaller. Maybe. I mean, to me, it's kind of hard to gauge based on the perspective and everything that we have. But to me, these figures do look smaller than the ones standing around them. Like, even if you were to take them here, pull them out, like the characters just look smaller. Maybe it's just the angle is really weird. Maybe it's that, you know, they're sunk in the mud. So, you know, they're like thigh deep basically in the mud and water. So that kind of messes with the perspective, even though they're like a few feet off in front and to the left of this guy. It just changes the angle. So maybe that's what it is. Maybe they're not actually kids. And it just kind of plays with perspective a little bit. I can't really tell. But to me, I'm like, this doesn't seem that far away from these guys. And these guys seem way bigger than these little fellers, you know? You know what? We're going to do a poll. We're going to do a poll. One of the weirder polls we've done. I want to know what you guys think. If those characters look like kids to you. Are they kids? Yes. No. Okay, I'm going to post this in the chats. Need everyone to vote. Okay, there we go. Are them's the kids? Are them's the kids? I don't know. It could be Oompa Loompas. That is true. No. No. Yes. No. Yes. No. No. Yes. No. No, yes, maybe. Most of you are saying no. I'm conflicted. I mean, my knee jerk, if I'm looking at this frame and I just quickly turn, I'm like, yeah, those look like kids. Because even if I think like this guy walks over there, from here walks over there, I think he's probably this tall. I think he's way taller than this guy in the orange shorts. Maybe they are just short. I don't know. It's also weird to have kids wrestling in a mud pit with a bunch of like half-dressed adults. I'll give you that. So maybe we should hope that they're not kids. I don't know. It's just the perspective's weird. The perspective is weird. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, the link is in chat. You just have to click on the link. So I don't know. It's an open question, dare I say.
Kind of an old tech, I think. In more recent games, we have not seen this attempt to really model long flowing hair in this really great way. So this is really cool to see.
We've seen a lot of games shift to a strand-based model that's extremely detailed and allows this like fine-grained zoom without any visible artifacts, really. But there hasn't been much of a focus on actually simulating the motion of hair, which is kind of a different problem to solve, I suppose.
It is. It's really only been the FIFA games, but they have a limit to hair length, I think. The reason for a game like this, and it was when they were doing Star Citizen presentations years ago, they mentioned that one of the things about you can get like one character in a scene with like strand-based hair, and then you like, what about the other characters, right? Like one, you have to have the art to do that, and then two, you have to have the performance. So I'd be curious how they're doing it here. If it is like strand-based, it doesn't look at. Maybe it's
I actually don't think it doesn't necessarily look strand based, and I think that's why it's kind of artifacty.
Yeah, it's kind of dithery looking,
right? It has that dithered out, like
in scenes in this game, you can see like just tons of characters on screen. It's not just like one character.
They all have it.
And it does look very good across the board. And again, it's like I was saying earlier, it's one of those where like pretty much no matter where you look, it just looks really, really good. It does. I do think it's perhaps just the compression artifacts. There's some things. Some of the character's skin looks a little waxy. You know what I mean? Where like it just looks a little too smooth. Like his chest, like his skin just looks very waxy to me, but that could be part of that upscaling thing, because you can see a real lack of sharpness along these edges. This to me screams like AI upscaling, like an FSR2 or FSR1, like they were saying earlier. So that could be part of it, because even DLSS, if you go and drop the resolution too low, they end up looking kind of weirdly waxy and just not quite right. And here I think it's kind of a similar look as well. So this could just be an artifact of that. And when the game comes out, if they can get it running at higher resolutions, maybe that's no longer a concern, and won't be a problem. But it is something that I did notice, is that in large sequences like this, especially when you look off a little bit past the camera and it's not right up in front of the camera, a lot of the skin looks a little bit waxy. He's all oiled up or sweaty, yeah, but like it's not just the reflection, it's just that it's a very smooth color. Like it's just maybe what I'm upset about. Maybe it's just because there's not enough body hair, you know? Maybe that's it. I need like more body hair. Maybe that's what I need. That might be it. Luke needs body hair, confirmed.
Soliloquy. No, they all have this hair.
This is nuts.
So it's really well done in spite of that dithered look. And
sunburn is a great touch.
Really, really cool.
Oh, here's a question. He kind of looks like Jeff Bezos. Here's a question. Do you think sunburn is a mechanic in this game? Ooh, I don't think so. But it would be really fun if you're like shirtless and you run around outside and you end up getting sunburn. It would be the most Vice City Miami thing ever if that was a mechanic. Like if you're out in the sun too long, you turn red. That would be really funny.
Cool to see them push it further, because Red Dead Redemption 2, that's probably like one of the things that dates it the most is like the character rendering.
Oh yeah,
and the hair and stuff like that. So the beard looked okay in the game, but it didn't move or anything.
One other really cool shot here is at 52 seconds, again, that green truck where you see this guy with just this crazy like dreads, and his hair is just going nuts in the wind. And like, I can't remember the last time I saw that in the game, hair actually moving in a violent manner in the wind. And maybe from a different angle, it would look a little glitchy or not so great. But I think that's just so cool that Rockstar is willing to go out and say, yeah, we're going to have like really crazy hair sim in the wind. Show you something cool.
It's one of those things I'm kind of bummed about. Like going back to like The Witcher 3, they have all those NVIDIA hair physics or hair sim, whatever stuff they called it. Hair FX, I think. And all of that stuff is awesome, and I love it because the hair actually realistically moves and sways with you, and I think it's great. But, like, it seems like with the focus on ray tracing, with the focus on upscaling and all that, we've lost sight of some of those really cool features and gimmicks and stuff that they used to have in games, and we just lost them, and they're no longer there. And this is one of those things where, like, I would rather have really cool hair sim than hyper sharp like ray traced reflections and puddles. Like I'm willing to make that trade because I think the hair sim would be more noticeable and would be cooler and help with immersion more than those extra pixels in the reflection on the water. Personally, like I think that would be preferable, but we just don't really see it that much anymore.
You haven't seen it in a while.
There's usually some like restraints to prevent that. Like it can only go like so far horizontal, or self intersections don't occur, so you want to have like it not move too much. It's a lot of good stuff here.
That shot, by the way, again, the green truck, that, man, the paint on the truck there, right? First of all, you do have the RT reflection of the mirror there in the truck door, which is cool. But like the paint shader itself, look at that. That's so good looking. I mean, that looks better than some dedicated driving games, as you know.
Yeah, it really does. As we know. Yeah.
It's quite impressive, I gotta say. Actually, the material work there in general, like the way, like the plastic rim to the door, to the right of the window itself, like it looks suitably plasticky, like what you'd expect in a car. And I'm just kind of impressed with the quality of the vehicle rendering in this trailer. And obviously, you're going to spend a lot of time doing vehicles.
In vehicles.
And we haven't seen Rockstar do vehicles since GTA 5, right? So this is, and
my God.
Again, I guess that's kind of the thing to remember here, is that we don't know what Grand Theft Auto would have looked like on a PS4 or an Xbox One.
Yeah, we just skipped it
because the game we did get on there, that's a PS3 360 game, right? Like it has those enhancements, but that's, you know, this is actually something built for the new machines, and we've not seen it for so long. So it's really crazy to see what they're doing here.
It is kind of cool though that we've reached a point where, for Rockstar, they really are just like taking basically a generation between games. And I think it actually works, because it makes the games more exciting. When we actually do get those games, they are all the more impressive. They're all the crazier because the last time we saw them was a generation before, or that type of game. It's why I think going between like Red Dead, which is Old West, kind of very naturalistic, versus the center of society and civilization in these huge cities with GTA, it works really, really well, because you get effectively a generation skip between those entries. And so every time you see the next one, you're just blown away because it looks so much better than the last one. Whereas if they just did like GTA 7 on the PS6, it might not be that shockingly improved compared to going straight to like Red Dead 3 or whatever medieval game that they might be working on. That could be a massive leap over what we saw with like Red Dead 2 in 2018. So I think it's kind of cool. I think it's kind of cool. We'll wrap up with this little tidbit. They're going to talk about whether they think it could hit 60 FPS based on their understanding.
Scenes like at 22 seconds, you do see like huge crowds, like 50 plus people in a given space, in a given frame of the camera. And that's just so intense. I have to wonder, like, maybe this is a bit of that vaunted current gen CPU power being put to good use, because I don't know that we've seen really that big increase in scale of simulation. But here it looks like maybe we're seeing that. And that could maybe also suggest that, hey, this might not be a 60 FPS experience either, because this is really intense stuff, right?
Yeah. And I think, you know, if they're going to have lighting consistency throughout the world, just as an expectations management, like if they want to just art the game one time, people hate it when I use that verb, by the way. I always get comments under videos like, don't use the word
art the game
as a verb, Alex. But I will. If they're going to art the game once, then they're going to not want to rely on different solutions. And the chance of them, you know, trying to reach 60 FPS with RTGI, we've seen this generation so far that it is almost a bridge too far for every single game.
Yeah.
Almost, like for almost every game. It's pretty rare that it pans well. So here, definitely 60 FPS. And I think if they want to really do push the open world environment and a lot of stuff that the trailer just won't show here because it's not gameplay, they're not going to show any sort of the, like, okay, what are the new physics things? What are the new animation things? They've always kind of pushed these things with each GTA version since, I don't know, 4. So these are all the things they don't show in the trailer, and those are other aspects that say, like, okay, we need to use this new CPU power of this current generation of consoles. So I'd expect 30 FPS based on this trailer. Another thing I'm also kind of expecting on the trailer too is that weren't some of the original GTA 5 trailers, like a lot of the cinematic aspects from just the intro of the game? Weren't they? They were just like a lot of those vignettes from the game's intro,
like on the beach and whatnot.
Dude, look at that original trailer.
Right, I'm curious if this is
the
all
resolution
like early
though.
game stuff. So there's a lot actually that we're not seeing here. Still.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm also a little bit curious. Like
my expectation is 30 FPS as well. For one, the trailer's in 30 FPS, and I think that's pretty clear. trailers almost always are created specifically to try and present the game as best as they possibly can. So if you're able to run 60 and achieve that quality, they're going to run it at 60 and release a 60 FPS trailer. 30 FPS could be them playing it safe, to play devil's advocate. Maybe they're just playing it safe and they'll announce 60 and it'll surprise everybody. But just like we saw with Starfield, they showed everything in 30. They only ever talked about 30. And there were a lot of fanboys that were like, no, they're going to announce 60 right before launch to really blow everybody away. I don't think so. Okay. I don't think so. I don't think so. But with all this, I think 30 FPS is the expectation. I think Rockstar, oh my God. Rockstar is under the expectation that, and perhaps properly so, that they can kind of do whatever the hell they want to do. And if they want to do 30 FPS, they're going to do it and everybody's going to suck it up and love it. And as I've said before, I think that in my view, the best games ever made, almost all of them, if not all of them, launched at 30 when they came out. So I don't see it as a huge problem. Beat Connect. Sorry. So I don't see that as like a huge concern. I know some people are going to find it really disappointing because they've gotten accustomed to 60 FPS, but I don't think it's a huge issue for third-person adventure games. First person, it's more of a concern because it makes me like really motion sick, but I don't think 30 is that offensive. I do think like the push for 60 with all these major games has spoiled us a lot, but it's also gotten us to the point where we've become accustomed to less than huge leaps forward in fidelity and scope as we've come into the next generation deeper and deeper. And you know, like they can really crank the graphical fidelity in Spider-Man 2 in fidelity mode. The game looks amazing. The upscaling is very minimal. And so the sand effects and everything look great. The reflections look amazing. But the thing is, like, because 60 FPS feels good, when that's an option, a lot of players will choose that and the game looks worse as a result. So I think it's probably good for them to focus on 30, make sure it runs like butter at 30. Refine that experience, and when we get 60, whether that's a next gen patch on the PS6 or maybe it's on the PS5 Pro if it's there, or maybe it only comes to PC, who knows. But when that comes, I'm sure we're all gonna buy it again and enjoy the game all over again. But that's, you know, it's all part of the plan. It's all part of the plan. Do people prefer HD over smooth refresh rate? Do people prefer high def? Well, everything's high def. Do you mean like ultra HD? You mean like, do people prefer resolution? Well, with these, if that's what you're referring to, with fidelity improvements, it's not all just resolution. Yeah, it runs at a higher resolution, but you also get all sorts of other things that you wouldn't get otherwise. You get improved reflections. You can get denser crowds. You can get improved texture quality. You can get all of these other things that you don't get in performance mode. So it's not just a matter of cranking resolution. There's also a lot of other things as well. Yeah, I would like the option for like some of these toggles to turn off ray tracing with a lot of these games that are just using ray tracing for like reflections, because I don't care that much about those. With GTA 6 though, like they were saying, it looks like they're probably going to be tossing in some mixtures of global illumination with the ray tracing to get improved lighting and stuff. And at that point, it's so integral to how they light that you can't really shake it. You know. Guys, I still don't mind to still play 30 FPS per second. How dare you? How dare you? You got to be careful. Some people lose it when you say that you don't mind playing at 30. It's funny. I had somebody call me a corporate shill for saying I don't mind playing games at 30 if they're not first person. Somebody's like, corporate shill. It's like, what are you talking about? Because I don't mind playing third person games at 30. Like I'm at night I've been playing Red Dead Redemption 2 because it's good and relaxing to me, and that thing still runs at 30. And I'm fine with it. It's perfectly fine and very playable, and I'm having a great time with it. And somebody's like, no, you're a corporate shill, you pathetic loser. Like, what are we doing? Like, okay, you got me. I'm going to go to my corporate overlords. Guys, they figured me out. Really? Really, what did you do? How did you let it slip? I said I liked playing games at 30 if they weren't third person. Or rather, I said I didn't mind playing games at 30 as long as they're third person. You idiot! How could you have said that? You should have known that they would immediately see through your disguise. Like, it's so dumb. Oh. I'm gonna have a heart attack. Tenacious Beagle, thank you for the super chat. Hey, look, I think you missed my prior question about Ghost of Tsushima. Oh, did I? Oh, I'm sorry, dude. Oh, or was it one of those that I read and then I got distracted with ADHD brain? I bet that's what it was. Let me see if I can find it. Or did you ask it again? And then I get distracted again. I miss it again. Prior question, Ghost of Tsushima sequel. When do you think we'd get it? And what do you think it'd be like? I do remember reading that. I totally did get distracted. What do I think it'll be like? I think at this point, like, it came out in 2020, right? So we're like going 4 years in. They did do a lot of post-game support. So like they did the multiplayer mode. They had the big expansion, which was 2021. Was it? I think it was 2021, maybe 22, but they did that big expansion. So they were busy, but honestly, they might still be a year and a half, 2 years out, honestly. Like, especially if they're going big, if they're going for something really expansive, if they're going to go to the mainland or something, it might take them a bit. There was a second Mongol invasion 7 years after the first, so a sequel might include that. I think that they're probably likely to just go, especially if they want to crank performance and scope on the new hardware. I could see them going to like either a brand new island that's much bigger in scope and more varied, or going to the mainland or something. I don't know. Because that was the last PlayStation 4 exclusive before the PS5, right? I think that was the very last one, because it was The Last of Us Part 2 in the summer, and then it was, I think, Ghost of Tsushima in the fall of 2020. Am I right? I think that's what it was. So if that's the case, yeah, they're probably still a little ways out. Most of these games are taking like 4 or 5 years to make nowadays. So, I mean, they could drop a trailer. They could do something like that, but I don't expect it to come out till probably like 25, maybe. And I mean, that's probably for the best, because in the fall of next year, there's going to be Assassin's Creed Red, which is the Assassin's Creed game set in Japan. So giving themselves their own year is going to make it so they can each excel, hopefully. Because hopefully both are really good. You know, hopefully both are awesome. But if they release like in the same window, I think there would be a lot of headbutting. So it could be a 2024 game. The reason I wouldn't jump to that is because they made the pretty big expansion, Iki Island, and that came out in 21. So I don't think they really started on the sequel fully until probably late 21, early 22. And at that point, like, I don't think 2 years is enough for them to finish that. So I think that it's probably 25 or 26, honestly. So that's my expectation. Mr. Beast for the win said GTA 6 is going to come out this Christmas as a surprise. I trust him. Dude, the funniest thing about all that is that he's been hyping this game up for like a decade, nonstop. And then the trailer drops and like people are asking him his opinions and stuff, and he's just AFK. And he's like, oh, I'm like traveling right now. I'll get back to making videos when I get back. It's like, bro, you would have thought that he'd cancel everything for this. Like, it was just so funny. Like, the trailers are finally announced and revealed, and he's just like, eh. It's just weird. It's like, I think he's probably the prime example. I would bet you money. Fast forward a few years, and when the game comes out, he's going to play it. And it's going to be an amazing game, I'm sure. But it's not going to live up to whatever hype he has in his head. And he's probably going to be disappointed by it and, like, turn into a big hater or something. I wouldn't be shocked at all. That's my expectation, you know? Or maybe he was worried because everything he had been hyping and just making up for years, like, was was bad. I don't know. Maybe you just like speculation. There are some people that do just like the speculation bit. When the game comes out and is actually real, it's like, oh, well, like there's not enough stuff to just, now you can't make up anything you want or just speculate wildly about stuff. Now you're constrained by what you've seen, you know? Maybe that's it. Yeah, the trailer's just too real. Many Ghost of Tsushima fans apparently declare the ending where you spare your uncle as canon ending, and apparently so do the devs. Oh, really? I don't think I spared him. I think I finished that up. I took care of that. I don't remember what I played through both of them, but I don't remember which I did first. Star Wars Eclipse, that's like super delayed because I think they're having engine issues. That's the last I heard. They were having issues with their engine and they couldn't get it working with the scope of what they wanted to do. And then as for the other one, Star Wars Outlaws comes out next year. That one I'm very interested in. That one I'm keeping an eye on. That could be a sleeper hit. I know, like, what I was saying before Avatar, I was like, yeah, we have to watch Avatar, and that'll give us a good idea of what to expect with Star Wars Outlaws. Avatar, I was kind of surprised at just how much it felt. I mean, it was clear it was in development hell for a long time. Like, that was probably the biggest thing. Is because there was chunks of it that felt very, like, 2016, 17 Ubisoft, like, before the huge wave of modern Assassin's Creed games that focused on the multiplayer or on the open world adventure stuff and RPG systems, because it feels like they did most of the groundwork for the gameplay systems before they had learned all the stuff from the Assassin's Creed open world games. So there's remnants of that, and then it mixes in all this crazy high-end tech that they have for the crazy density of foliage. And again, watch the Digital Foundry videos on Avatar. It's ridiculous what they're able to do. So that makes me hopeful that the tech that they showed off in Star Wars Outlaws is real and is actually working. And if that's the case, I think we're in for a real treat, because that was my biggest concern. And Star Wars Outlaws, allegedly, hopefully, is a game that is being put together by like a separate team, but being put together by a team that is very, very capable, and it has not been in development in the same, like, for the same length of time, because apparently Avatar was being worked on since like 2016 or something. So it's been under development forever, you know. Star Wars is the game I look forward to most next year. Yeah, and I think that they know it. I think that they know that this could be a real smash hit, because that trailer was very impressive. But, you know, we're all just like braced, because if it does not live up to that trailer, I think people are going to be justifiably very upset, because they're like, that trailer looked awesome, and if it's anything less than awesome, it'll be disappointing, but we'll see. Yeah, it's the Division guys. Yeah. I wonder if Ubisoft can do EA's job better. EA was just so freaking weird. They had the exclusive access to the Star Wars license for so long, for like a decade or whatever it was. Maybe not a decade. It was like 7 years or something like that. And they made 2 Battlefront games. One that was way too small, the other that was so over monetized, it was extremely toxic. So much so that Disney had to step in and basically slap them upside the head to like stop it. And then they made, to be fair, the Jedi Fallen Order and Jedi Survivor. I guess technically Jedi Survivor was after. But like, that's it, right? They only made 3 games, I'm pretty sure. During that exclusive contract, they made both Battlefronts and then Fallen Order. Jedi Survivor came out this year after exclusivity ended. Like, that's it. Imagine you get exclusive access to one of the biggest IP in the history of mankind, and you make 3 things with it, and none of them are very successful. I'm like, what? How do you even do that? Oh, Squadrons. You're right. Squadrons did happen. So they did 4. They did do Squadrons. You're right. And I do remember people did like Squadrons. So I would guess we could say Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order and Squadrons were probably successful. I think those were good. Both Battlefront games, I think people were a little frustrated by. The first one was fine, but it was small and not super big in scope. And then Battlefront 2 was just a disaster. And Jedi Survivor was great, but it was also a buggy, broken mess. So That's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. Has anyone beat the God of War Valhalla challenge that the devs couldn't beat? I don't actually know. I guess I could look it up. Star Wars. Not Star Wars. What am I doing? God of War Valhalla. What was the hardest difficulty? Hardest difficulty. I think someone did. I think someone did. I don't know if it's been like confirmed or if somebody streamed it. I don't know. I won't show it because it might have a spoiler in it, so I'm not going to show it. But this post says, Valhalla difficulty ramped up until I can no longer beat the end boss despite being more buff. Apparently giving the end boss's name is a spoiler, though I think they showed it, so blah, blah, blah. I have the lowest difficulty at Show Me Will, and I've beaten the DLC story once, which was challenging, but it seemed fair. I've almost maxed out health, rage, and many other stats and perks. I can no longer beat the end boss on the post-story cycle, despite spending mastery and spirit seals rather than getting easy. So this isn't the same thing. And everybody in the comments is calling him like a noob. That's funny. So I don't know. I don't see any clear posts of it, so maybe not. They might not have. I don't know. I think if somebody had done it, it would have been easier to find. So I don't think that they have. I don't think they have, which is very funny. I mean, it's going to take them a little while, but I'm sure somebody will do it eventually. It's pretty great. Okay. Somebody clipped one of my a segment from the video. I used to feel bad for Starfield. Now I just feel bad for people that bought this game. Games is it makes you feel big in a big world. This game makes you feel it could go and you are being an idiot because the astronauts that actually went to the moon weren't bored when they went. So you're just being a whiny pants. You know what I would say to that? I do remember this. Yeah, that was a whole thing. That was a whole thing. Oh man. Do you see what the creator of God of War said? I don't think so. I need more than that. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. If it's that Jaffe guy, Jaffe likes to troll people. He says a lot of stuff. Man, I just was like, why is my throat kind of sore? I haven't been going that long. Then I realized, oh, it's almost 4 p.m. and we started at 11, so we've almost been going for 5 hours. Oops. Oops. Well, time flies when you're having fun. Well, hopefully Jacob's able to cut this together into a bunch of clips and we can have a good time with it and get some content queued up on the live channel. We'll be hitting the main channel with some videos while we're gone as well. It's gonna be good. We'll be back Wednesday with a stream. That's the 20th, and then Friday is the 21st, which we should also, right? I'm not making that up. Yeah, Friday's the 22nd. Wednesday's the 20th. That's right. Okay. So yeah, we should be able to stream because I don't think we leave till the 23rd. And then I'll probably come back. We'll do a stream on the 26th, then maybe 27th. And then I'll be gone for a little bit. Well, no, I'll actually be here for most of the week after Christmas. So we'll be streaming plenty. We'll still be around having a good time. So we'll do it. Don't worry. But thank you all for chilling with me. Thank you all for hanging. Let me make sure I didn't miss any other things. Let's see. I see all those. Okay, we got all those. Those are all caught up. And then on Twitch, on the Twitch side of things, Valid Isotope, all those guys. Yes, thank you all for all of the support. You guys are wonderful. I think we'll call it there. This has been a wonderful time, a wonderful stream. I appreciate every single one of you. You all are amazing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We'll be back. And we'll try to get a main video out on the main channel tomorrow. So it'll be a good time. Much love. I'll see you all. Everybody remember, Beat Connect. Okay, I love you all. I'll see you soon. Bye.